6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
Today is Thursday, the 28th of November 2024, and it's just gone 6 minutes after 6. Good morning, South Africa, and welcome to it, the Thursday edition of the Morning Brief here on SAFM. Over the next 3 hours, let's inform, engage, and sharpen each other's perspectives on the key issues of the day. I'm Thulasizwe Simelane, and I'm here to deliver your Morning Brief. There's one issue exercising my mind, and it's not one of those straight up and down main story of the day, but it should be in a way for me, right? It's an issue that affects a small portion of our population, but a significant portion of our population, people who are blind and visually impaired. But in a way, for me, it links to processes and systems in our democracy. So let me tell you what I'm talking about. Over the past few weeks, an anomaly has arisen in our constitutional scheme, and it is not getting nearly enough public discourse traction. It has to do with the legal vacuum that has arisen as a result of President Cyril Ramaphosa failing to sign the Copyright Amendment Bill into law by the deadline of 21 September. So he was meant to have signed it into law by 21 September. Parliament was actually meant to have crafted an elegant solution to, the constitutional concerns raised in a case in 2022. And the Constitutional Court gave them, both Parliament and the President, 24 months to remedy that deficiency in the Copyright Act. 24 months they were given. So signing and assenting to bills is one of the elements of the job description of President of the Republic of South Africa, as you know, as set out in the Constitution. But he can refer a bill back to Parliament if he has reservations, or even refer it to the Constitutional Court for it to decide on its constitutionality. This is what he did, the president that is. He did that on 15 October this year, a good 3 weeks after the deadline by which he was meant to have signed it into law had passed. The result is that the copyright exceptions that were read into the copyright law by the Constitutional Court lapsed, leaving a legal vacuum. So there was no law between, that time when on the 21st of September, when the reading in remedy lapsed, the exceptions, because the Constitutional Court said, here are the exceptions in the interim, while Parliament works on finding a solution and crafting a proper copyright law that affords blind and visually impaired South Africans the right to, make versions of literary works and writings that are accessible to them in Braille without seeking the consent of the copyright holder. While that is being worked out, here are the exceptions. You can do it under these exceptions. Those lapsed, and we are left with a legal vacuum. This is why then organizations like Blind SA are today going to argue before the Constitutional Court for the reinstatement of the exceptions that were introduced by the Constitutional Court that allowed blind and visually impaired South Africans to convert reading materials to accessible formats like Braille without seeking the consent of the copyright holder. It all sounds a bit technical at 6 a.m., but here's the upshot for me. What does this say about our democratic system that 2 years, a whole 2 years, was not enough for 400 people whose main preoccupation is to make laws to respond to our societal challenges, and the head of state whose one of his main jobs is to sign those into law? For 2 years, they could not craft an elegant, effective, and constitutionally sound copyright law that balances both the needs of blind and visually impaired people as well as the needs and concerns of artists and copyright holders, because that's what this balancing act is really all about, and ensuring that we stick to our international law obligations around copyright. 2 years was not enough for 400 people whose main preoccupation is to make laws to respond to our situations. And I'd say you can extend it further, just how slowly our democratic processes grind, how slow it takes for matters to be processed before the courts, for example, the waiting lists for people to get trial dates. If you have rights that are at stake today, It really doesn't help you that the earliest you can get a court date right now as you and I speak for some matters in the Gauteng division of the High Court, the earliest you can get for a trial date is 2029. It doesn't help you. It really doesn't help you. So I'd like to get your sense of just how slowly our democracy sometimes grinds. I don't know, it doesn't sit well with me that the 2 years was not enough for all of these referrals back to Parliament and the referral to the Constitutional Court to have happened within that time frame. So we have an interview lined up for you on that, and we have it lined up at about 10 to 7 this morning, just on this issue around the Copyright Amendment Bill and the exceptions that have now lapsed. And in my view, unless I'm wrong, feel free to call in and correct me and set me straight. It seems to me the reason why these organizations like Blind SA are returning to the Constitutional Court is that we sit today with a legal vacuum. They say nature doesn't allow a vacuum. The law should not allow a vacuum where, people who are blind don't know, can I not convert without seeking the approval of the copyright holder. But as I say, this for me extends to other democratic processes and how long it takes. One of the other stories we will touch on in the second hour of the show has to do with this. The information regulator has found that the Department of Basic Education failed to obtain the consent of matric candidates or their parents to publish the 2023 matric exam results. The regulator has therefore banned the department from publishing this year's National Senior Certificate exam results in newspapers. It says it has also issued the department with an enforcement notice for non-compliance with the Protection of Personal Information Act. So the upshot of that story is that the matric results, unless something changes within the coming weeks, the matric results of this year will not be published in the newspapers. I'm dying to hear your views on that, just your thinking about this practice, which has become tradition over many, many decades, that the matric results are published in one way or another in the national newspapers. You can give me a call and weigh in on that. The information regulator concerned about compliance with the Protection of Personal Information Act, in that the department failed to seek the consent of pupils as well as their parents, certainly for 2023, and therefore they will not be able to publish those results in the newspapers as per tradition. I'll have a conversation with the department in the second hour of the show, just after 7 a.m. Your calls on the number 086 000 2032. I'll take your WhatsApp voice notes. Send them to 061 410 4107. Of course, we have all of your regulars lined up for you, and Musa with your news updates every half hour. Rob Byrne with your traffic every 15 minutes or so. Zaikan is watching your sport throughout the morning. Dauleng Lechela has your economics, business and market news covered. Sipho Mantula with your Africa update just before 8 a.m. This is SAFM. We are leading the conversations that move us. The first hour of the Thursday edition of the Morning Brief starts now.
The Daily News Diary on SAFM.
Good morning to you, Anne. Yeah. Sorry.
Good morning to us.
I'm running.
No, I understand.
What's dominating your diary this morning?
Well, you've opened up with it, a pivotal move for the rights of the blind and visually impaired South Africans. So the Constitutional Court will urgently hear Blind SA's case and requesting that exceptions to copyright that were previously read into the Copyright Act be resuscitated. And as you've mentioned, these exceptions would allow persons who are blind blind and visually impaired to convert books into formats such as Braille without the consent of the copyright holder. So in support of the case, Blind SA, together with Section 27, Recreate Right to Know, and SATU will hold a picket at the court. And demand for water by frustrated residents in Greenside, Melville, Coronationville and surrounding areas, and these residents saying that they've gone without water for about 6 days with no concrete update from the powers that be, and they are demanding answers. They've planned a protest this morning. Yesterday we saw a protest as well from the community of Westbury, protesting also, against water cuts that they've been experiencing for the past 4 years. And police uncovered a drug lab with an estimated value of 100 million rand in Redfontaine. So we'll have details on that intelligence-driven operation, as well as the arrest of a Mexican national. In court, the state is expected to cross-examine the alleged fraudster Louis Liebenberg when his bail application resumes in the Bronkhorstspruit Magistrates Court later this morning. We know that Liebenberg, his wife Desiree, and 7 others are facing multiple charges, including fraud, racketeering and theft, and the case relates to an alleged investment scam in which investors were allegedly swindled out of more than 4 billion rand. We're also previewing the ANC Women's League March taking place tomorrow to the Union Buildings against gender-based violence and femicide. The League held a media briefing yesterday, and the march will happen during the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children. The Electoral Commission is briefing the media today on its readiness to hold the by-elections. That's in Tabazimbi, and the December 4th by-elections expected to be the biggest, as all the 12 municipal wards will be contested, and the municipality was dissolved. That was following infighting, maladministration and parallel structures running the institution. Some of the stories that we are focusing on this morning.
Thank you for that. That's Ann Musa. You'll hear her voice. She'll be giving you updates every half hour here on the Morning Brief.
You are listening to the Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane.
So let's give you a sense of how your weather is looking on this Thursday. We start with this. There are no warnings for a change. Thank goodness. So your weather then looks like this. Pretoria is partly cloudy, becoming fine with a minimum of 14 and a maximum of 29. Johannesburg, partly cloudy, becoming fine, 11 to 26. Mbombela, cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers, 15 to 23. Polokwane, cloudy at first, otherwise partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, 14 to 22. Mahikeng, fine, 15 to 27. Bloemfontein, fine, 7 to 22. Kimberley, fine, 9 to 25. Cape Town, fine, 15 to 24. George, cloudy with light rain in the morning, otherwise partly cloudy, 15 to 21. Gqeberha, cloudy with light morning showers, 15 to 23. East London, cloudy with light showers, 15 to 20. Durban, partly cloudy with isolated showers and rain, 17 to 23. Richards Bay, partly cloudy to cloudy with isolated showers and rain, 18 to 25. And finally, Pietermaritzburg, morning fog, otherwise cloudy at times with isolated showers and rain, 10 to 22.
After a 1-all draw in 2019, the Reggae Girls and Banyana Banyana are back on the battleground to test each other's strengths. Dr. Ellis and her girls target victory as they gear up for the WAFCON 2025. But the Jamaicans want to dance to reggae music with joy when the ref blows the final whistle. This is the International Friendly. Catch the queens of the beautiful game, African champions South Africa versus Jamaica, this Friday 29 November at 1:30 a.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC 1. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Constipation got you down? Progast Colon Cleanse is here to help. With unique blends and detoxifying agents, experience relief from occasional constipation, IBS-C, and digestive block-ups. trusted by nurses, pharmacists, and recommended by doctors. Ask for Progast Colon Cleanse today. If it doesn't say Progast, it's not the genuine product. Available at leading pharmacies nationwide. Progast, the professional's choice.
It's heating up on My Design Rules, South Africa's hottest interior design reality show, this Sunday evening at 7 on S3. Watch as our design duos get cooking on their kitchen spaces. It's the heart of the home, but with the stress of deadline hanging over their heads, it's causing nothing but high blood pressure. Channel your interior designer with My Design Rules, Sunday evenings at 7 only on S3.
Worldview Update, bringing you closer to international or global news.
21 minutes after 6, as you know, in Israel Hezbollah, all right, slow down, Thulasizwe. An Israel-Hezbollah ceasefire has taken effect. As you know, it was announced by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The ceasefire will potentially bring an end to more than a year of cross-border strikes and months of a full-scale war that has killed thousands of people. The deal stipulates a 60-day halting of hostilities with which negotiators have described as the foundation of a lasting truce. For more on this, I'm joined by Mikateki Sogupai, who is a senior researcher at the Institute for Global Dialogue. Good morning to you, and thank you for your time. So let's start with the implications of the ceasefire and what it means for both sides, Israel as well as Lebanon and Hezbollah. What's your take? What does it mean for both sides?
Well, it certainly, thank you so much, by the way, my brother, for inviting me for this quick chat. It certainly means a lot for Lebanese, right? You saw carloads, of Lebanese citizens returning to their homes, even, just at the onset of the announcement of a ceasefire. It means that much, to them. People want to return to their homes and resume their normal lives. And their normal livelihoods every day. It's not it's miserable, my brother, to be having bombs, flying every day, buildings, being blown up every day, right before your eyes, and, be living in danger. That's not a good place to raise families, so it means a big deal, for ordinary people on the ground. However, one is, a little skeptical, right? I mean, we've had ceasefires before, and ceasefires are not a guarantee, of an end of hostilities.
Yes.
This simply means, we're pausing. 60 days, we're pausing maybe to discuss, on how to perhaps, negotiate, an end to the war to begin with. But what would that look like, right? Would Israel, continue to bombard Gaza just because it has struck a peace deal with Hezbollah, or what are the implications there? Because the whole point, behind Hezbollah's involvement was, the issue with Gaza. So I'm a little skeptical. Of course, any pause, that sort of conflict, is welcome. You don't want people to be dying every day. But I would be, cautious, about, being optimistic, for a more lasting solution right now. One needs to check the details thoroughly to make an assessment of longer term prospects.
So that's what it means, certainly on the side of Lebanon. But what about in Israel? I see some reading and some reporting indicating that, it's not unanimously accepted, let me put it that way. There's some pushback against it within Israeli politics, and a sense that it perhaps is a missed opportunity to have completely weakened Hezbollah, and therefore some are not warming up to it as easily as Benjamin Netanyahu would have hoped.
Yeah, the thing is, wars end up costing a great deal, right? The Hamas was expected to have been broken and destroyed, by now, and it's still there. It's still fighting. right? So you still have Hamas fighting, you still have Hezbollah fighting, and they're not going away. They're not about to go away anytime soon, right? Just the other day, you had the missiles, flying into Tel Aviv, for instance, just now, before the ceasefire, missiles landed in Tel Aviv. So they're not going away. They cost a lot, both in terms of money, in terms of manpower, in terms of human lives. They cost a lot, my brother. Of course, it's not the first time, for instance, that you're hearing of disagreement in views on how to approach this conflict in Israel. It's been like that from the onset. Not everybody in Israel wanted, the bombardment of Gaza to begin with. Not everybody wanted that, but it went ahead anyway. It's not everybody that supported Netanyahu's policies towards this war, but it went ahead anyway. So this doesn't, really change, the fact that, there's still a war. There's still a war. It's what has been announced is just a ceasefire.
Yeah.
An end to the war has not been announced. We have not seen that yet.
Yeah, and what do you make of the fact that Israel and its prime minister are emphasizing that they reserve the right to strike Hezbollah and Lebanon should Hezbollah launch any kind of attack or try and regroup and rebuild some of its network and infrastructure. And in fact, there was a caution by the Israeli Defense Force for residents of parts of Lebanon to not immediately return to their homes until they are told to do that. That emphasizes that sense you've been saying in the last few minutes, that it is a tense cessation of hostilities, but nowhere near a solution to the war.
My brother, a truce or a ceasefire was negotiated, which Hezbollah agreed to. And before it could, and Israel did not agree to it, and they went on and killed, his Hezbollah leader. Right? Yeah. They killed him after Hezbollah had already accepted, a ceasefire. Now, that was not the first incident. I mean, there was a ceasefire as well with Hamas, at a point, and they went on and killed, the leader of Hamas, right, in Iran, for that matter. Now, to say that, to be warning, Hezbollah, to say that no, Hezbollah should not do this or Hezbollah should not do that, but Israel has already done it, twice, perhaps even more, right? Israel has already done it. Israel has been the one that has been refusing, to accept Netanyahu. Has been refusing to accept peace deals. I mean, the United States had been making, a lot of proposals for peace deals over the last year. Yep. Israel refusing, continuing to push ahead, and even going as far as saying that, look, we appreciate, the council and whatnot and advice, but we make our own decisions. Yeah, we're going to fight this one till we win.
Let me quickly.
Those have been the words of the narrative of Netanyahu since the beginning. And so I wouldn't be, looking, to be warning, the likes of Hezbollah. I would be more worried about what Israel is probably doing right now during a ceasefire. Yeah. There was some have been arguing that no, but hang on, a ceasefire simply means that Israel then gets to replenish, its lost stock, right? In fact, military,
Benjamin Netanyahu,
equipment, and so on. It restocks.
He actually did say that.
And gets itself ready to attack again. So.
He did say that it will give the Israelis an opportunity to replenish. Mikatekiso, very quickly for me, the implications of this ceasefire for the conflict in Gaza, are there any? Does it provide a glimmer, a window of opportunity while negotiation is still possible to say, let's bring this other conflict onto the table and back on the agenda for possibly a ceasefire there as well?
Look, we hope so. We hope so, but one wouldn't, put what do they call it? One wouldn't really bet so much, on it. The Middle East has been, on the brink, for quite some time now, and interests are simply not wavering. Right now, look, we have cases, at the ICJ. We have, cases at the ICC. We have, hegemons even threatening to sanction, members of the ICC for doing their work. One doesn't have much hope right now, but to be honest, about certain hegemons meeting their end, doing what they're supposed to do like everybody else.
All right.
But of course, one has to, nonetheless, be humanistic and hope, that we arrive at some sort of lasting peace.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for your time and your insights this morning. That's Mikateki Sokubai, who is a senior researcher at the Institute for Global Dialogue, also associated with UNISA and a research fellow at the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation. Let's check in with Ann Musa now with the latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks to us. In the headlines, Trade, Industry and Competition Minister Park Stawu has confirmed his decision to appeal the Competition Tribunal's recent ruling. It blocks Vodacom from acquiring a controlling stake in Remgro's fiber business Maziv. The social movement Mining Affected Communities United in Action says illegal miners who've emerged from Shaft 12 of a mine in Stilfontein in the northwest have indicated there are bodies underground. And the Eastern Cape Education MEC Fundile Gade has placed the department's Chief Financial Officer Nogutula Ngcingwana on special leave following alleged extortionist threats to harm her. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
In one south of Pretoria, now backing towards Garsfontein. It'll get back towards Linwood Road this morning. In the afternoons, it seems to park back from Garsfontein Road, so you do get a whack both morning and afternoons coming down towards the works at the R21. The YT Mopoli Highway to Pretoria this morning, queuing up through Theo Martins around the bend and down to an obvious obstruction around the Bremer Street exit. I had a crash on Joburg's N1 between Malabongwe and Willie Mandela. Bad news for traffic coming in on Malabongwe Drive from North Riding. The lights at President Forshire have gone down. It's a nightmare. They were down for the longest time. They were recently fixed up, but they've gone down again. So quite a heavy backlog towards Randburg and towards the highway. Durban looks like an issue before Spaghetti Junction this morning. The M2 North is a lot heavier than you'll be expecting, sitting from the M7 up to Spaghetti Junction and then through the interchange up towards the roadworks at Westwood Mall. M3 Peter Brown's Road to Durban, fine. No major problems on that route this morning. Always worth checking before you travel, though, due to breakdowns and crashes in the roadworks, which cause just the most amazing traffic jams basically all day long, any time at all. And Cape Town, the R300 M7, both of those routes quite slow as you leave Mitchell's Plain out towards the Samora Michelle side. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai, good morning to you. I love the social media banter around our football. So, when a team wins and then they say, especially after a dry spell,
yeah,
that's it. Give us the league already. We want Real Madrid next. So I imagine Amakos want Real Madrid next.
Well, they lost last night anyway. Yes, Amakosi, you finally have a reason to smile. We get it. And even showing resilience there with 10 men. What a masterclass from Yusuf Maat, captaining like a boss. 10-man Kaizer Chief beating Richards Bay 2-1 at Peter Mokaba Stadium in Polokwane last night. Goals in either half by Wandile Duba and Ashley Dupree ensured Chiefs avoided a second successive home defeat. They had a 2-1 loss, remember, to Mamelodi Sundowns, and that was in September before the FIFA and Carling knockout final break. The win moves Chiefs to 6th spot on the table with 13 points, 8 behind the log leaders Orlando Pirates, who have played a match more than their Soweto arch rivals. The other match saw Cape Town City ending a run of 3 games without a goal in all competitions after they beat Polokwane City 1-0 at Athlone Stadium. Tamim Kiza scored a goal for Eric Tinkler's side in the second half to hand them their first win in 3 top-flight outings and climb up to 10th in the standings standings, 2 points outside the top 8. Now, Rise and Shine suffered back-to-back losses for the first time to remain unmoved to third position, one clear of Stellenbosch. Elsewhere, Liverpool maintained their perfect start to the season's Champions League with a 2-0 win over the reigning champions Real Madrid at Anfield. The result leaves Carlo Ancelotti's side precariously placed, having lost 3 of their 5 games so far in the competition. No such concerns for Slots Liverpool, clear at the top of the table with 17 wins from 19 games in all competitions under him.
I think it's always good to win a game, and especially a big game like this, because you know you face so many quality players. For me, it would even mean more if we go into the later stages of the tournament, because this is such a strange and different setup in the Champions League that it's difficult to judge how important these wins are. If we arrive in the last 16 or quarterfinals or wherever we can arrive to, and we face them again. And
in the meantime, Girona lost 1-0 at Sturm Graz as Mika Beret's second-half goal secured the hosts' first points of the competition's group stage. And in another match, Aston Villa, they saw Morgan Rogers' late winner disallowed as Unai Emery's side were held to a frustrating goalless draw with Juventus. Onto rugby, Eddie Jones has urged Japan to keep the faith in him despite lackluster results that have included several heavy defeats since he returned as a head coach almost a year ago. Japan have won 4 games and lost 7 since the Australian took over in January and were beaten by 40 points or more by New Zealand, France as well as England. And cricket, Proteas men's Test batting coach Ashwell Prince has reflected on day 1 of the first test as rain saved them from Sri Lanka's brutal attack at Kingsmead in Durban. The visitors, they won the toss and chose to bowl first in a wet Durban, taking 4 wickets in 20.4 overs, with South Africa scoring just 80 runs. Now, of course, Prince was saying that they have been struggling a bit and they did not want to dwell too much on that toss.
I think, as a general rule, when you get here, you want to bat first. Overhead conditions will have played a part in decision making this morning. To be honest, I think captain, vice captain, and coach probably made that call amongst them. What they would have been, actually, I can't tell you. But you know, we obviously were stuck in, and I think. They bowled really well. It could have been worse for us. So 4 down, we'll take it.
And that's how we wrap up sport on the morning brief. For now, we'll bring you more top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Business Update on SAFM.
Good morning to you, Ndauling. For your first update, you're telling us about the platinum market bracing itself for a 3rd consecutive deficit, and that you expect in 2025. Why is that?
Morning, Tulas. Now, this firstly is according to the World Platinum Investment Council, which predicts that platinum will be in short supply for the 3rd year in a row. This is expected to be driven by strong demand from the automotive industry as well as supply constraints. Now, despite expectations that EVs would diminish demand for platinum, sales of these vehicles have slowed and hybrid vehicles have only gained 2% market share. Now, the council forecasts that the deficit will narrow from 682,000 ounces this year to 539,000 next year. Automotive demand is expected to reach an 8-year high in 2025, driven by the substitution of platinum for palladium in petrol-fueled vehicles. Now, demand for the jewelry sector is also expected to grow with a 5% year-on-year increase this year and 2% in 2025. Platinum supply remains constrained due to reduced mining output in recent years, but investment demand is expected to rise 7% next year, boosted by demand in that auto sector.
So, Ndauling, your next story, those who follow the show and SAFM on our YouTube stream will know that there is no way you'll see me coming to studio without my cup of coffee. So I think I'll be leading a protest quite soon. I think I'm getting ready. Hi. I'll be out there on the streets. Coffee prices have hit 47-year highs.
That's right, Les. I need to see the placards on the YouTube stream.
Yeah,
Start working on them.
Definitely. Pansy,
Now
Pansy with the high coffee prices, Pansy.
Now, the price of a popular coffee bean, Arabica, surged to its highest level in 46 years, driven by concerns over limited supplies due to drought in Brazil. The commodities rally has been ongoing for the past year, with coffee prices soaring. The world's largest coffee producer, Brazil, faced a record-breaking drought this year, raising concerns about the production potential for the 2025-2026 crop. Despite significant rainfall last month, which led to upbeat flowering, analysts remain cautious, citing geopolitical factors including disruptions to shipping in the Red Sea, potential U.S. tariffs, and future European Union regulations on deforestation as risks. While demand remains high, farmers are also limiting their sales. This is restricting the supply of coffee in the market. Additionally, Vietnam has faced supply concerns for its Robusta bean, used for instant coffee due to dryness during the growing period. Now, companies like Starbucks have raised concerns about the coffee market, and we've also seen this play out here at home. In the October inflation print, food and non-alcoholic beverages index contributed to lower headline inflation as those prices eased. But when digging deeper, inflation for hot beverages remains elevated at 14.1%. And looking at the prices year to date, instant coffee drinkers would have seen prices increase 17.3%.
I don't like that story. I don't like it one bit. Give us a sense then of the markets here at home and elsewhere in the world.
So the upbeat sentiment we saw at the top of the week has eased, with U.S. stocks closing in negative territory yesterday. The Nasdaq leading the losses there, down 0.6%. Now, the sour performance follows a slight increase in the personal consumption expenditure index. In October, the PCE rose 2.3% on an annual basis. Markets really watch this print as it is the preferred inflation gauge for the Fed. Now, coming back home, the optimism didn't last too long as stocks turned red at the close yesterday, in line with international peers. The JSE All-Share falling over 0.33%. On the currency front, the rand extending its losses this morning, sitting at 18.22 to the dollar. Then over in Asia, stocks mostly in the red. We are seeing traders starting to take profits on that front.
All right, thank you for that. That's Ntauleng Lechela. You can catch her second update of the morning, and that's coming up after 7:30 here on the Morning Brief.
It will be a hot affair between the Proteas and the English this summer. Who are the real queens of T20 cricket? Protea Fire meets England at Willowmore Park. What a summer without cricket. This is the third and final Women's T20 international match, where summer cricket comes alive. South Africa versus England on Saturday, 30 November at 6 p.m. live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and reports on various SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Think bigger than just a banking partner. Think a team of specialized experts supporting you to make better financial decisions to enable your growth aspirations. Think a strategic partnership providing indispensable advice to help you make the right moves. Think bigger. Think Nedbank Commercial Banking. For more information, visit nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAFM.
16 minutes to 7. There are growing calls for the Departments of Education and Social Development to act against rape taking place at education institutions in the country. The latest crime statistics show that 190 cases of rape were reported at education institutions, including daycare centers and special schools, between July and September this year. The majority of these took place at primary and high schools. For more on this, I'm joined on the line by Hendrik Makaneta, who is the founder of the Foundation for Education and Social Justice. Good morning to you, sir, and thank you for your time. Just your sense of what is behind the manifestation of the societal problem of rape at education institutions.
Well, Thulasizwe, I think it's just a matter of teachers who do not understand their role in society. Because every teacher who goes through training at university is taught about the principle of in loco parentis. It's a Latin term which means that in the absence of the parent at school, the teacher automatically becomes the parent, and therefore teachers have got a duty to look after the general well-being of all our learners and to protect the learners so that the learners can be able to create a future for themselves. So those who engage themselves in misconduct, such as sexual harassment, engaging in relationships with learners, simply, I think there's a problem there, because it's either they've misunderstood their role as teachers, or there's something that we simply do not know where does it come from.
Yeah. To what extent do the power dynamics, of the relationship between teacher and pupil at school come into play in all of this? Because we know that in broader society, that's one of the elements that come into play, particularly in as far as sexual violence and rape are concerned.
Definitely, power relations, you are correct. The teacher wields a lot of power, because the teacher has to mark the scripts of learners and so on. So basically, also learners most of them see a teacher as a parent. The power relations are not equal there. So it is very easy for teachers to abuse, this power that they have. In certain instances, we have spoken about the concept of sex for marks, where it has come out not only in the basic education space, but also at university level, where you would find that, these young girls or these female students are abused because, of marks and so on. But in basic education, it's not only about marks, it's also about the fact that the teacher wields power in terms of the resources, money, and so on. That is why even those who are arrested at some point, they sometimes find a way of getting away with the case, whereby they can simply talk to the mother of the child or even the parents of the child who has been raped, in this case a minor, and pay something to the parent. And because of the poverty situation in the country, some mothers end up accepting the bribe, from the accused person, and the case is not able to see the light of day in court because the victim simply does not pitch up because of the money the transfer of money that has taken place between the teacher and the parent.
So that's the abuse of the vertical relationship between teacher and pupil. But what about the horizontal relationship between pupils themselves? There's a piece I read in The Conversation by Professor Divya Bana of UKZN that talks about the gender inequalities among pupils themselves, because some of these cases actually do involve pupils themselves. And part of what she says in that piece, she says, by the time boys and girls start school, they have already learned that men and women do not enjoy equal status in society. And then she goes on to unpack some of that, how that plays itself out. To what extent are we not addressing that as well?
Definitely. The issue of gender-based violence, that's where it comes in. The power relations, you are right, even on a horizontal level, it's very rife. We've seen cases whereby boys would, rape a girl child at school level. I think this talks to the society that we live in. Remember that these kids, before they become students or learners, they are also members of communities, and therefore, whatever they learn in the community, finds a way of crippling into the school environment. So I think that these boys also learn these tendencies from back at home. Even the development or cognitive development of the child. Every child learns just, after birth. They start learning. Whatever they see, they may be able to practice. And so that is a very big problem which must be addressed at societal level, to say that for us to defeat this GBV, we really need to find a way of engaging men thoroughly. Some of these things are, cultural practices that have been learned, be it at church level or generally from society, where men seem to think that they are superior than women. So the boys as well adopt that kind of approach, and that is why we are sitting with this huge problem.
All right, I've got to thank you for your time and your insights this morning. Hendrik Makaneta is the founder of the Foundation for Education and Social Justice Africa.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Maboni Highway into Pretoria this morning, all backed up. There's delays and queues at Block XX, and then it gets heavy as you come down through Theo Martins around the bend, down to an obstruction around Bremer Street. N1 South pushing back towards Atterbury. Now it'll probably work back towards Linwood Road. That's our forecast. Once you get to Linwood Road, it stays very heavy right down to the R21. Crash on Joburg's M1 North halfway between Malapongwe Drive and Winnie Mandela. Queues there working back towards 14th Avenue. And just off the highway, no lights again. Malapongwe President for sheer, so in from North Riding. That's so. R24 coming out of the airport down towards Barber Road is quite heavy, and the M12 and R24 is queuing up into sort of Boeing Road Bridge territory. It's after they've merged, going slowly into Galuli's interchange. Leaving Petermaritzburg on your way to Durban, the N3, no major obstructions this morning. The N2, though, very heavy, an issue just before you get to Spaghetti Junction, and that's a queue that's almost back as far as the cement factory. That's bad. The N2, if you're coming in from Umlazi or South Coast on your way through towards King Shaka International Airport, make sure you got extra time to get through that and get those flights. It's a completely different traffic pattern this morning. Cape Town, not too bad on Marine Drive, talking of different traffic patterns. It's not a bad run out of Tableview. You will hit some delays as you queue down towards the Woodbridge Island area, and the N1 inbound very slow today from sort of Plattekloof territory all the way through towards the Kuiberg interchange. And a bit of wet weather across Rebecca with some pockets of flooding to watch for as well, particularly that 3rd Avenue around the Dip area. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Mzansi Africa. Bafana have qualified for AFCON 2025 with an unbeaten record. For decades, the SABC stood by Bafana when few believed. It has been our honor to champion our national heroes through every twist and turn. We witnessed their hard work, challenges, and incredible resilience. This victory is not just for the team, but for all of us who have held on to hope and pride in our nation's talent. Big ups to the entire team for inspiring the nation and the supporters for the never give up attitude. Together, we've shown what true perseverance can achieve. Hashtag the power of perseverance. SABC Sport.
Thank you for supporting Bafana. For the love of the game.
Imagine a South Africa where every child born today and tomorrow and the next day and the next had enough love, enough food, enough safety and brain power today and tomorrow and the next day and the next. Together, we will change their future. Join us by visiting
holdmyhand.org.za. That's holdmyhand.org.za.
Ask a woman. Ask a woman stranded on the side of the road with her 2 young crying children whether she is glad she was able to get her latest insurance quote in under 90 seconds. Ask a woman if she feels anyone is there for her. And now ask yourself, when suddenly happens, who's there for you?
Auto and General. Car insurance with 24-hour roadside assistance with live progress tracking. SMS CAR to 43365 for an obligation-free insurance quote. A&G is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Thulasizwe Simelane on SAFM.
So let's bring you that story then. That was the subject of my opening comment at the start of the show. Today, the Constitutional Court will hear Blind SA's case requesting that previous exceptions contained within the Copyright Act be resuscitated. These exceptions would allow persons who are blind and visually impaired to convert books into formats like Braille without the consent of the copyright holder. On 9 October, Blind SA, represented by Section 20 2027 launched an urgent case in the Constitutional Court against the president for his failure to sign the Copyright Amendment Bill by 21 September 2024. Let's welcome into the conversation Christo de Klerk, who is the president of Blind SA. Good morning to you, and thank you for your time. Let's start off with this. In my comment earlier on, I was saying it is my view that there is a legal vacuum as things stand. So a blind person or visually impaired person wanting to make a copy of, I don't know, one of the many literary works that we have doesn't really know whether they're allowed to get it into Braille format right now without seeking the consent of the copyright holder and what the legal regime is at the moment. Am I correct in that understanding? Is there a legal vacuum as we speak?
Good morning to you and to the listeners. Yes, indeed, you've got it absolutely correct. So the Constitutional Court in 2022, on the 21st of September, granted an order declaring some of the sections of the 1978 Copyright Act unconstitutional because they did not provide for material to be converted into what we call accessible formats for blind persons without having to grovel before publishers. And in 90% of the time, we did not get the permission. So 90% of books that we wanted to convert into Braille, we were not allowed to do. So the court declared that unconstitutional. It then crafted Section 13A to be read into the Act, which gives us those rights. And the court suspended the unconstitutionality of the 1978 Act for 2 years, but put Section 13A into immediate effect for the period while government was given time to fix the Act. Now, government then went and did its work and corrected the bills and sent them to the president for his signature on 29 February this year. And then when the 2 years elapsed on the 20th of September this year, the unconstitutionality of the 78 Act kicked in and we lost our protection. So there's a gap, there's an unconstitutional act and there's nothing in place to fix it. So that is why we brought the application against the president.
Christo, I'm struggling to understand why 2 years was not enough. I mean, for all of what needed to be done, including the president sending it back to Parliament and sending it to the Constitutional Court, I don't know. I can't fathom why 2 years was just not enough.
Yes, the bill went through the process, went through the National Assembly, went through the Council of Provinces, came back to the National Assembly that adopted it. So they finished well in time. They finished with their work on 29th of February. That's months before. But it then went to the president, and that was the basis of our urgent application. We wanted the court to compel him to sign the bill because we felt that he had not done his work properly, that he did not attend to this. But then, he then gave all sorts of reasons for not having done that. He said that he had concentrated on bills that required his signature to make the elections run smoothly, which is absolute nonsense. If you look at all the bills that he signed since then, many, and only 2 of them had anything to do with the elections. And I had to smile when I saw that one of the bills he signed was for the private use of dagga. Now, I don't know whether that was necessary to make the elections run smoothly.
Yeah. So why should, I was saying in my comment earlier on that in terms of the portion of the population, this affects people who are blind and visually impaired. Why should broader South Africa care about how this matter has been handled?
Well, it is a gross infringement of rights because blind people do not have equal access to reading material. Currently, about 0.5% of publications are available in formats that blind people can read. So we are experiencing a serious book famine, and we just do not have equal access. If you want to read a book, you go to a library, you take it out, you read it. site, or you go to a shop, you buy it, you read it. We can get the book, but we can't read it. We first need to make it accessible. And that is a process that takes a while. For example, an average novel of about 300 pages will take 28 days to convert into Braille at a cost of 24,000 for the master copy. And only then we can read it. But before we can even do that, we need the permission of the publishers. And as I mentioned earlier, we only got that in 10% of.
All right. Thank you for your time this morning. That's Christo de Klerk, who is the president of Blind SA, and that court case will be playing itself out at the Constitutional Court today. And that brings us to 7 a.m. Let's check in with N. Musa now with the latest news.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. Now that's good news.
In our top stories, Minister appeals tribunal's ruling against Vodacom's fibre deal, and UK police investigate more people over Al-Fayed abuse. Good morning. Trade, Industry and Competition Minister Park Stau has confirmed his decision to appeal the Competition Tribunal's recent ruling. It blocks Vodacom from acquiring a controlling stake in Remgro's fibre business Maziv. The move comes as a surprise given that the competition authorities fall under Tau's department. Both Vodacom and Maziv have given notice that they plan to appeal against the Competition Tribunal's decision blocking the merger. The deal would have created the largest fibre network in the country. Siyabulela Makunga is the Commission spokesperson.
The Commission notes the appeals by Vodacom as well as the Honourable Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition. At this stage, we are not in a position to comment further on the matter, as we have not had sight of the substantive issues that have been raised by the two appellants.
The social movement Mining Affected Communities United in Action says the illegal miners who've emerged from Shaft 12 of a mine in Stilfontein in the northwest have indicated there are bodies underground. Police have confirmed that 20 more illegal miners resurfaced yesterday. They were arrested. This brings to about 1,300 the number of illegal mine workers that have emerged from underground since the middle of August. The social movement's national coordinator, Mishek Mbangula, says they've spoken to the groups of miners that emerged from underground.
Those who went out of Margaret and the one who came out in the new shaft that was found, shaft number 10, and asked them that has come from Margaret, how everything is going. They said there's nothing. The only thing that is there, people are dehydrated, or hungry, and are starving. Some of them, there's even indicated that there are dead bodies in there. And then the second group that we spoke to, they indicated there's nothing that is of people who are having guns. Even it said, unless they're hiding those guns in their pocket.
The Eastern Cape Education MEC Fundile Gade has placed the department's Chief Financial Officer, Nogutula Ngingwana, on special leave. This follows alleged extortionist threats to harm her. The department in a statement says the alleged extortionists are demanding Ngingwana's resignation or she would face death. Gade says a case has been opened with police. He has called on other employees to report any suspected extortionists. Impeached Judge President of the Western Cape Bench, Dr. John Hlophe, has reflected on his career from being the golden boy in the legal profession to a former judge. He has written a memoir titled Defying the Gallows. In it, he says troubles began when he challenged systems in the Western Cape. He spoke to SABC News.
I was a darling, and even the late Chief Justice, Charles Carlson, said he has no doubt I will be a future Chief Justice. That's how I was viewed. Then things turned with respect when the racism report was made public. I was then accused, I was told I'm unstable, I don't know what I'm doing, I'm mad.
And finally, police in London say they are investigating at least 5 people suspected of assisting the late millionaire Mohammed Al Fayed in committing sexual offences when he owned the luxury shop Harrods. The BBC's Holly Price reports.
Mohammed Al Fayed died last year, having never faced any criminal charges. Now, more than 5 people who may have assisted or facilitated him are being investigated by the police. Since the BBC documentary, which uncovered allegations of rape and sexual assault, was released, more than 90 women have come forward to the police. The timescale for their claims of abuse is between 1977 and 2014, with the youngest victim a 13-year-old. The Met Police have also launched an internal review, which will look at all previous investigations to identify any missed opportunities.
Recapping the top story, Trade, Industry and Competition Minister Park Stawu has confirmed his decision to appeal the Competition Tribunal's recent ruling. It blocks Vodacom from acquiring a controlling stake in Remgro's fibre business, Maziv. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Those were the top stories for this hour. Don't miss out on a possible car insurance saving. SMS out to 30754 for a quote. Outsurance, where you always get something out.
Black Friday equals unbeatable deals and mega savings. With Outsurance, it's Black Friday every day. Get a quote, and if Outsurance can't beat your car insurance premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand cash if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Monthly savings if they are cheaper, or cash in your pocket. SMS out to 30754 to switch and save today. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, where you always get something out. A licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
The Mopani Highway stays heavy through Theo Martins and around the bend through to Bremer Street. That is a collision scene just as you come down to Bremer, causing that delay. Route 1's fairly heavy. You're queuing up from Atterbury down to the R21 and then from the old Joburg Road right through to New Road. Just off the highway, lights out Olifantsfontein and Lever. Olifantsfontein and the N1, so the run-in from Blue Hills is heavy. And a crash between Malabongwe and Willie Mandela, causing backlogs on the N1 north as far as 14th Avenue. Durban's N2 is heavy this morning. It's a different traffic pattern. There's an issue before you get to Spaghetti Junction, and that is pushing traffic deep back to cement factory territory. Big queues up that way. If you're just trying to get through to Durban, take the M4 as your alternative route. If you're trying to get to the airport, get onto some alternative routes from that M4 Southern Freeway split. Cape Town, the M3 is quite slow this morning, up and down Wynberg Hill in towards the Bishop's Court area, and Baden-Powell is queuing from Macassar Road from the Jeff K. Masimola side as you make your way up towards the N2. Anybody that's sort of going towards the N2 or Stellenbosch, quite a heavy backlog on that direction. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
A very good morning to you. In your SFM Sports headlines, it's cricket action with England clinching the T20 series against the Proteas women, and soccer action with Stade Malien downing Stellenbosch FC in the Confed Cup group stages opener. All the details around 7:30.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
It's just gone 8 minutes after 7 on this Thursday. Good morning, South Africa. Welcome to it. This is the second hour of the morning brief here on SAFM, and I'm Thulasizwe Simelane. Among the stories that we want to take you through over the next half hour or so, jam-packed half hour, so let me give you a quick rundown on what's coming up. We'll be touching base with the SABC News international editor, Sophie Mkwena, who is in Namibia and monitoring the election there. Reports of long snaking queues. And in fact, some reports saying that some polling stations have had to stay open for much longer. In fact, yesterday, the scheduled closing time was 9 p.m., but we are told that some polling stations had to remain open for much longer. A tough challenge for SWAPO, the governing party in Namibia. So Sophie Mkwena will give us an update on how that election and voting has gone. Then we'll touch base on the story about the information regulator issuing a compliance notice to the Department of Basic Education and basically saying to them that they failed to obtain the consent of matric candidates or their parents for them to publish the 2023 matric exam results. The result of that is that the regulator says the department cannot publish this year's National Senior Certificate Exam results in newspapers as per tradition. And I've been asking for your views on that story. What is your thinking around this tradition that has gone on for decades, really? Many of us have gone through that experience that you write your matric exams and then it's a big occasion when the paper comes out and you're all looking through the paper. You know the visuals when young people are celebrating and those who are then disappointed when their name is not reflected in the national newspapers. We'll also touch base on the situation in Stilfontein and the concerns of the lawyers for human rights who are threatening to file another urgent court application if the illegal miners in Stilfontein are not given food, water and medication while they're there underground. So those are the stories that will dominate this half hour. And as I said, we will take your calls. The number to dial 086 000 2032. I'll also take your WhatsApp voice notes on 061 410 4107. This is SAFM. We are leading the conversations that move us. The second hour of the Thursday edition of the Morning Brief starts now.
It will be a hot affair between the Proteas and the English this summer. Who are the real queens of T20 cricket? Protea Fire meets England at Willowmore Park. What a summer without cricket. This is the third and final Women's T20 international match, where summer cricket comes alive. South Africa versus England on Saturday 30 November at 6 p.m. live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and reports on various SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus, proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Ever tried to paint a wall with only your brush? Or hung a picture on just a nail and a prayer? Hey. The contestants on My Design Rules will be the first to tell you good design starts with the right tools. Tune in to My Design Rules every Sunday at 7 p.m. on SABC3 and stand a chance to win a weekend away in the winning apartment. From beginner projects to expert builds, Puco has the tools and materials you need to get the job done. Ready to kickstart your next DIY project? Begin with Puco.
Puco. Everyone's looking for Black Friday savings, but have you thought of saving on your car insurance? Get a quote, and if OUTsurance can't beat your premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand cash if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Monthly savings if they are cheaper, or cash in your pocket. SMS out to 30754 to switch and save today. That's out to 30754. OUTsurance, where you always get something out. A licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
So let's start with an update from Namibia then. Voters waited in long queues outside polling stations in that country's capital, Windhoek, yesterday to cast their ballots for a new president and parliament. More than 1.4 million Namibians were registered to vote in the country's 7th presidential and 8th National Assembly elections. Let's touch base with the SABC News international editor, Sophie Mkwena, who's watching those polls. Good morning to you, Sophie, and thank you for your time. Long queues reported. Is that a signal of high voter turnout, or does it signal just how long it has been taking for people to be able to cast their ballots?
I think it has to do with poor planning. There were not enough ballot papers, and also the electronic equipment that were used to verify the names and the details of voters at some point in time experienced problems in some polling stations. And therefore that led to the delays. Of course, it looks like lots and lots of people decided to go and vote, which also contributed to the delays, and therefore the Electoral Commission was overwhelmed with all these challenges. And I'm told that even during registration, there were challenges, because when you look at the voters' roll, you can see that not all, of course, not all will register, but the registration, according to people here in Namibia, is that those who are registered, the number is not impressive. And therefore, they are saying that the competency of the Electoral Commission was experienced even during voter registration. And clearly that was going to affect the day in which people were supposed to vote. It was bad in some places. We went to some polling stations after 9 here in Windhoek, and there were long queues. People who are supposed to be processed. So in some polling station, you don't even have a gate or a door to manage the people coming in. So anybody could have, joined the queue much later than 9.
Sure. But how energized are Namibians, Sophie? Because in my reading, one way or another, this election will make history. It's either Namibia will elect its first woman president, or there will be a change of a governing party for the first time in 34 years. So how energized are people to even push through some of those frustrations with the voting process?
When I saw people waiting patiently and very calm and quiet, it spoke to the fact that they really wanted to participate in these elections. The issue here, you have a young population in this country, and they are really, really determined to ensure that they do participate in the democratic process of this country because of the challenges that they are facing and the Namibia they want. And therefore, clearly there was huge interest. I don't understand how the Electoral Commission couldn't anticipate the interest when we as foreign media outside Namibia, we could see that there's going to be huge interest, particularly from the youth. And when you know that your population, your registered voters are young people, it was clear that they were going to go out and vote.
So what happens now? What's the process at this point in terms of us getting from voting day to knowing the results and outcome?
It will take days. With all these challenges now, it will even take more days. And unfortunately, yesterday, the Electoral Commission had promised to have a media briefing. We were looking forward to ask questions, but because on Monday, I did ask the CEO that, are you sure you are ready? Because judging from how people are talking in Namibia, you listen to media, you look at social media, people are determined to go and vote. Are you sure you are ready? You have delivered the election material in the far-flung areas. In fact, my worry was the far-flung areas rather than urban. Unfortunately, it is the urban areas where you had lots and lots of problems. And therefore, he did confirm that they are ready. But it looks like they didn't. And now, yesterday, they didn't take questions from the media. He made a statement on a national broadcaster talking about how they are overwhelmed, but they are doing everything in their power to assist voters, and those in queues will be assisted. And therefore, we are waiting. This morning, we are hoping that we'll hear from them. But political parties are very angry, very, very angry.
Sure. All right. Thank you for that. That's Sophie Mkwena, SABC International News Editor out in Namibia. Look out for more of her reporting, not only on this station, but also on other SABC News platforms.
Ethical is what defines our business. I think OUTsurance does have integrity. They are not just there for the money, they're there to create a relationship. It's like a partner in business. It's the best thing we've ever done to switch over to OUTsurance. It's a no-brainer.
Switch to Business OUTsurance today, and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. SMS quote to 43328. That's quote to 43328 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online. It's
It's heating up on My Design Rules, South Africa's hottest interior design reality show, this Sunday evening at 7 on S3. Watch as our design duos get cooking on their kitchen spaces. It's the heart of the home, but with the stress of deadline hanging over their heads, it's causing nothing but high blood pressure. Channel your interior designer with My Design Rules, Sunday evenings at 7 only on S3.
Thulasizwe Simelane on SAFM.
19 minutes after 7, the information regulator has found that the Department of Basic Education failed to obtain the consent of matric candidates or their parents to publish the 2023 matric exam results. The regulator has therefore banned the department from publishing this year's National Senior Certificate exam results in newspapers. It says it has also issued the department with an enforcement notice for non-compliance with the Protection of Personal Information Act, POPIA. For more on this, I'm joined by the spokesperson of the Department of Basic Education, Elijah Mhlanga. Good morning to you, and thank you for your time, Elijah. So, what is your understanding of what the meaning of this compliance notice is, as well as the directives regarding the 2024 matric results and whether or not you can publish those in newspapers?
Simelane, good morning. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Well, let me start by saying that the Department of Basic Education is not in the business of publishing results in newspapers. Our obligation is to make sure that all the candidates who write the examinations, they receive their statement of results at the center where they wrote. But we know the reality is that there are other platforms where they can access their results. We also encourage them to use those, and that includes the department's own website, where the candidates can enter their own exam number or other forms of identity that we require them to capture so that they can retrieve their results. That's our primary function. We know over the years that it's been tradition that we access results in newspapers. We've been working with the media industry in that regard, but all of that happened before the POPIA came into effect. Now that it's there are certain regulations that we need to comply with. We have been interacting with the information regulator. We told them what we're doing. We believe that we've done what needed to be done, but they've got a different view. So at the moment, the matter is being dealt with inside the department.
So you've been given about 31 days to, provide an undertaking to the regulator that you will not publish the 2024 matric results in newspapers. Will you be complying with that 31-day period to give that undertaking?
Yeah, we've been working very hard within the department, consulting the legal team and everybody else that is involved on the matter. We will come out with a position within that period. Whether we will say what the information regulator wants us to say or we'll say something else, that's the matter that is being handled, because it's not just about the release of the results in the newspapers. There are many other things that the department has been instructed to do or to correct. So we are looking at all those things. I know that the public is paying attention to the issue of the results, but there are other administrative matters as well that as a department we are required to look into. And the reason is that we handle data for over 14 million children. So it makes sense that we'll receive this attention. So we should appreciate that, because this is an attempt to protect personal information. So we are working with the information regulator to make sure that we get it right at the end.
But Elijah, how hard would it have been for you to actually just seek the consent of those pupils who are over 18 and the consent of the parents of the pupils who are under 18? I mean, I imagine that at the point at which the year starts and someone is going into a matric year, at the registration stage, that's where you obtain the consent, and for me, I'm imagining it being just ticking a box. Do you consent to having your results published in the newspapers? Simple.
I wish I could show you the form that we sent to them to actually do exactly that. So we've done that. We have asked them to obtain that consent. The issue is whether what you've done, the form that you've designed, meets the requirements of the information regulator. Even though we feel that it met the requirements, they have a different view. So it's a matter of whether what we've done they're happy with or not. I mean, there's evidence of that. They can even tell you that we have presented them with evidence of the work that we did to try to obtain consent. So that is there. But of course, they have issued this notice publicly and given us a time frame to return to them with a response. We are going with that.
All right. So the official position, just to confirm, you are mulling it over and you are considering your options as a department.
As a lawyer, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Elijah Mhlan speaks on behalf of the Department of Basic Education.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane.
Let's turn to this story now. Lawyers for Human Rights have threatened to file another urgent court application if illegal miners in Stilfontein in the northwest are not given food, water and medication underground. The lawyers say they fear that hundreds of so-called zamazamas will die from starvation and hunger. Police are currently treating the site as a crime scene while a rescue team is preparing to lower a cage down to retrieve miners. I'm joined now by Mamitlo Sebei, who is an attorney at Lawyers for Human Rights. Good morning to you, Mamitlo, and thank you for your time. What is the basis of your concerns when in the last few days we've seen some illegal miners coming to the surface, some would say, putting paid to this narrative that says they are trapped and in a way perhaps backing up what police have been saying, that they just refuse to come up because they fear arrest? Mamitlo, can you hear me? Mamitlo Sebei, all right, we seem to be having a bit of a challenge with Mamitlo's line there, and he's going to be weighing in on this issue in Stilfontein because from Lawyers for Human Rights perspective, they are concerned and they are threatening to file yet another urgent court application for miners to be allowed to have access to food, water and medication. Of course, you'll remember that there was that case by the Society for the Protection of Our Constitution that was trying to ensure that that happens, and that did not succeed in the High Court. Let me try one more time and see if we have Mamitlo. No, we don't seem to have Mamitlo on the line. I tell you what, let's take a brief pause and maybe we can squeeze in one or two of your comments that have come through this morning.
Call Thulasizwe now, 086 000 2032.
All right, let's take one or two of your voice notes that have come through this morning. Let's play, in fact, on that issue of matric results. Let's take the two that have to do with the matric results and the question of whether or not they should be published on newspapers.
Magujwa nethimba lakho nonke nabalaleli. Good morning. My brother mina Thulas ngithi I fully support this decision not to publish our matric results because it brings pressure to those kids. I have been matriculate myself. I matriculated and I passed, and I have umfana who's doing matric this year. My daughter was doing matric year before last, so I'm familiar with this thing. I know the pressure it brings. And if you look at it, if they say there's never been an agreement which we're going to publish your results, it's not fair to publish those results. So I fully support it. Thank you, my brother. Nice show, by the way.
Thank you for that. And that's one of the concerns that people keep raising, that, what are the implications? Yes, elation when your name appears in the paper, but what about a situation where your name is not in the newspaper? And it's already a lot that you're taking in as a young person, dealing with that level of pressure, knowing what the implications of that one exam at the end of 12 years of education, what the implications are for your future. So I've heard those concerns, and they've been expressed over and over again.
Good morning, Thulas. Good morning to the listeners and the viewers. I do agree with the department for not publishing the matric results on the social media or on the paper. The reason is this: people who are illiterate, they become literate on the day of the matric results. They weren't specific to buy the newspaper, to search or looking for a specific child of a specific family. Before that child or that child knowing, or that family knowing that their child, she or he, does not appear on the paper. And then they spread around, moving around, defining his character, defining his image. So it destroyed the image or the character of that child. It's better if I myself know that I failed, and then I'll tell the people that I failed, not to being told by the people spreading around that I failed before me knowing or me reading the newspaper. This is Sylvester from Nice Show. Good morning.
All right, thank you for that, Sylvester. Yeah, so again, the same theme around concerns and how to manage the reactions and, the disappointment in particular when the name of a matric pupil who has written the exam is not included in the newspaper. Just what that comes with is really a theme that continues to come through. 7:30, let's check in with N. Musa with the latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks to us. In the headlines, the High Court in Pretoria has ordered the former Chief Financial Officer of the Collins Shabane municipality in Limpopo to pay the liquidator of the defunct VBS Mutual Bank 150,000 rand. Trade, Industry and Competition Minister Park Stawu has confirmed his decision to appeal the Competition Tribunal's recent ruling. It blocks Vodacom from acquiring a controlling stake in Remgro's fibre business, Maziv. And British police have confirmed investigating 5 people suspected to have helped the late Egyptian billionaire Mohammed Al Fayed to allegedly rape and sexually abuse female staff at his London department store and elsewhere. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Mapani Highway to Pretoria stays busy this morning. A crash at Bremer Street earlier, pushing traffic back through Theo Martins and back towards the sort of N4 highway. It's quite heavily jammed if you're out of Soshanguve this morning. Also a crash on Paul Kruger near the high school coming in through Capital Park towards CBD. A lot of congestion on the N1 south into that sinkhole of the R21. Currently we're back as far as Atterbury Road. And there's some delays around the old Joburg Road junction this morning with sort of Snake Valley Trickard Road, if you know that area just north of the airbase at Valhalla. Big backlogs of traffic moving through that way. N1 South, not too bad. Old Joburg Road to Olifantsfontein's fairly normal. Crash on Joburg's N1 North between Malabongwe and Winnie Mandela. Traffic stays heavy from 14th Avenue. And the N12 inbound, if you're driving from Benoni, Boxburg, big wall of traffic there standing between Craft Road and Galuli's interchange. Durban's N2, different traffic pattern this morning running north. It's heavy from Chatsworth up past Cement Factory through the M7 Bluff exit on your way to 4 Level. Something's happened just before you sort of get into the main roadworks, which is causing that pushback. Cape Town, Baden Powell, Bottom Leach up towards the N2 highway. That's fairly slow going. They've had traffic light issues there this week. The N1 inbound easing, but still busy. Plattercliff Hill through to Kubo, interchange, and Marine Drive now looking slow. Tableview through to Racecourse Road at the Paddocks, and then Milnerton through to Woodbridge Island. Kubo Road doesn't look a bad alternative this morning. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Good morning to you once again, Zai. So the Proteas women and Proteas men's team out in action in Durban and Benoni, but it wasn't to be for the Proteas women in Benoni.
No, not a great day at the office for them. I just think they couldn't take on the middle order batters. But you know what, Ayanda Hlubi, what a star in the making there. Unbelievable from her. What a fiery start. But yeah, the Proteas, the women just couldn't contain England's power hitters. But it was Danny White-Hodge becoming the first England women's player to reach 3,320 T20 runs as they completed a 36-run win over our Proteas women in the second match in Benoni to clinch the series. Wyatt Hodge and Nat Silverbrunt shared the stand of 112 from 63 deliveries after England slipped to 15 for 2 when pace bowler Ayanda Shlubi struck twice in the second over at Willamore Park. Now into the men's cricket story, where their test batting coach Ashwell Prince, reflecting on day one of the first test as rain saved them from Sri Lanka's brutal attack in Kingsmead. The visitors won the toss. They chose to bowl first in a wet Durban, taking 4 wickets in 20.4 overs, with the Proteas men scoring 18 runs. Now, Aidan Markram has been struggling with form, and the coach defending the short format captain, assuring that his attitude shows he'll bounce back.
In his mind, he's quite strong. He's still quite positive. Obviously, he'd like to get a score. We saw last year against India on a very, very difficult pitch in Cape Town, in getting 100. So, you know, as I say, mentally he's still quite positive. I think at the moment, when you had a bit of a bad form or low scores, that would be nice to arrive here this morning in the sun shining. The fact that they were taking the covers off and overhead and a bit of drizzle doesn't help things. Apologies. To answer your question, mentally he's positive, he's in a good space. But like I say, I think every one of the guys who were dismissed today will have a closer look at the dismissal and see how I could have played that particular ball better.
That's the Proteas men's test batting coach Ashwell Prince on the morning brief. Soccer action, the Malian side, Stade Malien, started their CAF Confed Cup group stage campaign with a 2-0 victory over the South African newcomers Stellenbosch FC. Kaizer Chief head coach Nasruddin Nabi highlighting the good performances of Ashley Dupree, Simongaseni Mtetwa and Pule Mori, who got their rare starts this season, helping the team beat Richards Bay FC. That was 2-1 last night. Now, Amakosi finished the game with only 10 men after Reeve Frosler was sent off at the beginning of the second half for a second bookable offence. Nabi has questioned the decision.
Par rapport à la carte, je ne vais pas discuter de l'arbitrage, parce que dès que je dis je déforme une équipe, on me traite d'agressif. Alors tous mes collègues, on l'a vu dernièrement.
About the referees, we want to make comments. You will judge by yourself that on that foul, there is not even a foul. The players, he slipped himself, and after it's a red card, probably the whole stadium, it's only the referee who saw that, but you know, no, he's a judge. And we want to talk about the referee. You will judge by yourself.
Another match saw Cape Town City ending a run of 3 games without a goal in all competitions. They beat Polokwane City 1-0 at Athlone Stadium. Liverpool maintaining their perfect start to this season's Champions League with a 2-0 win over the reigning champions Real Madrid at Anfield. And Girona, they lost 1-0 at Sturm Graz. And Morgan Rogers saw a late winner disallowed for Aston Villa, as Unai Emery's side were held to a frustrating goalless draw with Juventus. And finally, some golf news. South Africa's Ian Sneeman birdied the 18th hole for a 7-under par 65 to take a one-shot lead after the first round of the International Series Qatar at the Doha Golf Club. Sneeman's compatriot Louis Oosthuizen, David Puy of Spain and the American Zach Bonshu are tied for second at 6 under. That's a wrap of your sport on the morning brief. More top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Business Update on SAFM.
Good morning to you once again, Ndauling. Tell me about Microsoft facing an antitrust investigation, what we would call in South African law, competition law investigation.
Yes. So regulators really clamping down on big tech firms. The latest company under fire is Microsoft. The U.S. Federal Trade Commission has launched an antitrust investigation into Microsoft, focusing on its software licensing and cloud computing businesses. This probe will focus on allegations that Microsoft is abusing its market power in productivity software by imposing restrictive licensing terms. Now, the investigation will also delve into the company's practices related to cybersecurity and AI products. This move comes after the FTC received complaints about Microsoft's licensing policies and its integration of AI tools into its Office and Outlook software. The outcome of the investigation is still quite uncertain given the upcoming change in administration. That's as Trump is expected to appoint a new FTC chair who may have a different approach to regulating big tech companies. It's also worth noting that Microsoft has been somewhat of an exception in the U.S. antitrust regulators' recent campaign against big tech companies. But with this new investigation, Microsoft is now under scrutiny along with other tech giants like Meta, Apple, Amazon, and Alphabet.
I'm glad you've got this Shell story on your radar, and Dowling, because I've not really grasped it fully. So this is one of those, no Google, no Chat GPT. Explain it to me. Shell is finding that its South African retail businesses actually can attract bidders.
Now, Shell's country chair, Aluwani Museisi, addressed media at its depot in Alberton yesterday and confirmed that the company's proposed sale of its non-core retail business has attracted significant interest from potential bidders. He remained mum about who has come to the table with the bid, but a Bloomberg report listed Saudi Aramco, Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, and commodities trader Trafigura as some of the bidders. The Central Energy Fund has also reportedly expressed initial interest in the assets. Now, the business, which includes over 500 service stations across the country, is considered a valuable asset due to its strategic locations. The announcement of the sale of Shell's downstream operations in May initially sparked fears, with many saying Shell is exiting its SA operations, which is not the case, as it's still invested in exploration activities in SA, which is part of its upstream business. Museisi emphasized that the sale will not affect the company's operational capabilities. This in terms of the service, the retail businesses, the service stations, and that Shell brand will be retained in South Africa. The divestment, of course, is part of Shell's global portfolio realignment, which has seen the company sell its downstream businesses in several countries, including Malaysia, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Colombia.
Lastly, Dowling, recap for us, please. U.S. close, the JSE close, as well as Asian markets.
So starting off in Asia, markets trading mostly lower. That US PCE print sparking inflation fears and some profit taking in markets. With that, the Hong Kong Hang Seng is down 1.3%, while the Shanghai Index sheds 0.21%. In Wall Street, futures are firmly in the green, a turnaround from yesterday's downbeat close. Trading, though, will be limited today, with US markets closed for Thanksgiving. And then coming back home, markets ending in negative territory yesterday, with the all-share closing down 0.35%, driven by a 1.1% decline in the financial 15. In currency markets, the dollar trading softer following a slight increase in US inflation. That weakness, however, not filtering through to the rand, as it's still on the back foot. It's trading at 18.21 to the greenback this morning.
Dowling Leshela has her eye on the money. She'll be back with one more update for you just before the opening of trade in the JSE, and that's in the third hour of the show.
My business is very stressful. Construction and plumbing, anything can go wrong. The reason I chose OUTsurance because they align with my vision with regards to customer service. The fact that they won the award for Best Business Insurance makes me feel like I'm in the right hands.
Switch to Business OUTsurance today and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. SMS quote to 43328. That's quote to 43328 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
It will be a hot affair between the Proteas and the English this summer. Who are the real queens of T20 cricket? Protea Fire meets England at Willowmore Park. What is summer without cricket? This is the third and final Women's T20 international match, where summer cricket comes alive. South Africa versus England on Saturday 30 November at 6 p.m. live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and reports on various SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus, proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game. Africa Update on SAFM.
Let's say good morning to Sipho Mantula. Raz, good morning. So we start in Namibia. Long queues reported as Namibians went to the polls yesterday.
Refreshing morning and Jumbo Africa, Thulas. Indeed, Thulas, as I was listening to you talking to Sophie, indeed there was some challenges, but as we speak now, the election results are trickling, counting it is going on, and there will be some verification later. As you know, Thulas, I said yesterday, maybe by the weekend, on Saturday or Sunday, we'll have an indication about that outcome. Remember, yesterday it was also a joy to many young people who for the first time went to vote, those who are over 18. But also those who went to vote late, it was due to the challenges that normally, even if you can have the state of readiness, we'll always have those challenges. But overall, Thulas, I think they were peaceful. We didn't get any incidents or reports of violence compared to what we see in our neighboring country, Mozambique, and also in many African countries whenever you have a presidential election. So we'll wait and see what will happen in the length of the late Sam Nujoma Shapushunai.
So for a while, for the last few days at least, Sipho, what dominated talk about Mozambique were these efforts to try and get a dialogue going. But it seems we now have new clashes that have been reported in that country.
Thulas, I think even yesterday, others in the Twitter street showing the former first lady struggling even to go back to the airport. Rumors saying the former president Nyusi also was evacuating the capital city afternoon. What has happened, it was that incident of the military vehicle that had to run over a woman in that match that has caused also the tension. The closure of the border again to that it affects economy. So one can see that these new clashes are now raising these issues of whether will the Constitutional Court Council wait for next month to, as I said to you, that it seems they are dragging their feet for another 3 weeks to can pronounce on these elections. And as we see, even international community from the US, Britain, Canada, they are also condemning this escalation of the violence against civilians. We have many human rights human rights groups reports that have been mentioning killings that have been happening in Mozambique, but nothing is coming forth to us. The SADC mission, we don't know what, the SADC Extraordinary Summit has not brought any justice to the people of Mozambique.
Yeah. Another election on the go, but this time in Tanzania, but at a local government level.
That was yesterday, by the way, Thulas, even if we did not touch on it during the week, but it was important that Samia Sulu was also voting yesterday in the capital city, Dodoma. Here we're talking about the government that is closer to the people. Thulas, we normally don't talk about local government, but in Tanzania also there were some tensions, the Chadema and the opposition claiming that there's rigging, claiming that the killing of their members also by government. Here we are talking about 18 political parties who are even contesting for almost 30,000 seats to us. And this is from your village, from your ward, from your, what you can call the street committee. That's how important what I call African democracy works in Tanzania. But yesterday, they went for the elections, but we will still give our listeners by next week what is the outcome of those local government elections in Tanzania.
Ghana has a strong tradition of democratic practice and elections being held in that country, fiercely contested. So why was there some controversy around the accreditation of media, and how has that been resolved now?
You know, the issue is that, yes, we have a new media coming, your social media, your bloggers, but here is that the government of Ghana and the Electoral Commission will not understand that you cannot restrict the media in the ballot coalition centers where there is tallying. Here you are talking of using of the radio and TV, when actually now people are able to use their mobiles to can transmit news. So here there was a challenge that the Electoral Commission and the government wanted to restrict the media in the upcoming elections in Ghana next month. And it seems that they have found each other, where the media tried to show their constitutional rights to say that as a media, we have the right to also report, to hold you accountable as the state. And that's how they found each other. And this came from the Media Foundation for West Africa that is in Ghana, in Accra.
And then in your historical archives, you came with a surprise for me, Sipho. I did not foresee this one. 28 November 1979, South Africa, El Salvador. What happened?
Thulasizwe, 45 years ago when the former South African ambassador was kidnapped and murdered at a later stage. We are talking about Archibald Dan, who was age 60 by then, abducted by the leftist Popular Liberation Forces in El Salvador. And when you look at that country, Tulas, it is the issue of the rebels that were even asking for a ransom of 20 million from the then apartheid government, but it was never released. And this former ambassador was killed in Salvador on this day, 1979. Those are interesting moments, Tulas, how you look at how the rebels and the then apartheid government operated during that time. And diplomats have to become a sacrifice, or they have to become the victims of this clashes that happened during that time.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for that, Sipho. Always something in store from Sipho Mantula with his Africa update here on The Morning Brief.
The Bees are constantly seeking for a suitable way to move up to the top half. They want to triumph against Leicester City FC.
Visser is in here for Brentford. Johan Visser!
While the Foxes are committed to playing attractive football for 90 minutes as they also eye a top half spot.
Owen to Vardy, back to Ayew, scores! Leicester have done it late on the road! Jordan Ayew sweeps home! What a move!
This is the Premier League. Catch the spectacular clash between Brentford FC and Leicester City FC on Saturday, 30 November at 4:30 p.m. live on SABC3. Also available everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Outsurance's hot summer savings will give you even more reasons to love summer. 51-year-old Ntombenja from Dispatch used to pay 1,477 Rand a month for her 2021 VW Polo Vivo 1.4 Comfort line. But with Outsurance, she only pays 1,002 Rand a month. That's a jaw-dropping saving of 475 Rand a month. Want to save on car insurance? Switch to Outsurance today, where you always get something out. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Heavy backlogs heading into Joburg from Ekurhuleni this morning. A stationary truck on the N12 just around the R24 merge, and that's pushed traffic back through Edenvale, back through Crafter, and working back towards Jet Park. So if you're in from Benoni and Boksburg, a whole pile of traffic to work through there. Also some delays coming out of the airport and off the R21 onto the R24 down towards the Barbara Road exit. Very slow going, and a bottleneck on the N3 North today passing Cement Factory up to the M2 Heldenace interchange. The earlier crash between Malabongwe and Four Ways is Winnie Mandela. That is clear. There's just sort of normalised delays now between Bayers Nordia and the Ravonia Road off-ramp. Pretoria's N1 south backed heavily to Atterbury. Not perhaps at this stage as bad as we thought it would be, but you've got those lane closures down at the R21. More and more motorists, I guess, on a daily basis avoiding it. So still a heavy queue, but not as bad as it could be. And the old Joburg Road in Snake Valley heading south in towards the Centurion side from Pretoria down through Valhalla. Crash there causing quite a big backlog. The Montpellier Highway stays heavy from Theo Martins around the bend and into a crash down by Bremer Street. Heavy traffic on Durban's N2 North. It's been a problem this morning. Traffic is jam-packed from the Cement Factory going up to Spaghetti Junction. M4 inbound is queuing at the roadworks as you come off on the Esplanade, causing a pushback right along that southern freeway into the Umbilo area. And Cape Town, N1, we've been tracking heaviness there this morning. Plattekloof Hill through to city centre is bad. Bad enough across the elevated freeway that it's just starting to back up Nelson Mandela Boulevard coming into that area as well. And a collision on Viking Way at Jake's Curvell Drive has been slowing traffic around the Epping Fire Station area. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
All right, let's turn our attention to this now. The National Credit Regulator is urging consumers to be responsible with their spending habits and finances during Black Friday. The NCR says consumers must first thoroughly assess and evaluate their levels of affordability and needs before participating in the Black Friday frenzy. The regulator says consumers must be careful not to be taken by seemingly jaw-dropping prices and end up overspending. Let's welcome Jimmy Kolele, who is Senior Education and Communication Officer at the National Credit Regulator. Good morning to you, and thank you for your time. Why is affordability at the heart of the considerations around Black Friday, and not necessarily affordability of the item that I may be considering to buy, but affordability of credit?
Thank you. Good morning to you, and good morning to listeners of SAFM. Affordability of the consumer is really at the heart of the NCR, because once you transact or buy something that you do not afford or are not likely to afford in the near future, you then risk becoming over indebted and struggling to meet your financial obligations to the credit providers, resulting in such a consumer becoming negatively listed, which we call blacklisted in everyday language with the credit bureaus. That then gives you an impaired record and makes it difficult for you to get credit when you may need it for critical things in life.
You talk about the risk of being over indebted, but it's Black Friday and I really want this item. Aren't the credit providers there for that particular purpose, to ensure that they check and ensure that I don't fall into a situation where I'm over indebted in terms of the laws of this country?
The challenge is that while credit providers may ensure that you do not become a victim of reckless lending and they do the necessary affordability assessments, be mindful that consumers do not only get credit from the registered credit providers only. You may find that, yes, the banks have taken care of things and done things according to the book. However, the consumer also incurs liabilities and spends money in other spheres of life. They may be members of stokvels, they may be taking money from unregistered credit providers. In the ultimate end, they may become over indebted as a result. And while Black Friday is a good time to cash in or to bargain from discounts, it is critical that one makes sure they check if they will afford the things that they are looking for. And if you buy such things on credit, it defeats the purpose in that the pull factor for Black Friday it's the discounts that you get. However, if you are going to buy on credit, then you will incur the cost of credit. That will be interest, service fee, cash, credit life insurance, and initiation fees, making the item to be a bit expensive compared to when you were buying it cash.
So you're saying part of what consumers should be doing is casting an eye forward, Jimmy, not just looking at can I afford this now, but actually look at where we're going in the next month, in January, etc. Explain that a bit more for me.
Definitely. That is exactly what we're saying, to say do not get caught in the frenzy of Black Friday, forgetting that there are other things that are still coming. Beyond Black Friday, we have the festive season coming, also known as the silly season, as some people will make silly decisions. And then we have January coming, whereby you still have to pay for school fees, transport fees, and any other fee that you pay on a day-to-day basis. It is for that reason that consumers are warned that as they participate in Black Friday, they must remain cautious in terms of how they use their finances, as it will have a long-term impact on their finances.
And the other warning you are sounding has to do with scams and fraud around this period.
Definitely. You know, when you have busy seasons such as Black Friday, such as festive season, or any other busy season for that matter, scammers and fraudsters also see it as time to cash in. Whether it will be physical fraudsters in the malls, lurking in the malls, or it will be scammers and fraudsters that will be online. We therefore encourage consumers to be very careful For instance, those who will be participating physically in the malls and shopping centers, they have to be careful when they go to the ATMs. They have to be careful when they hand over their cards when they are shopping, to make sure that they get their cards back. They don't give their cards or information to strangers lurking in the malls. And then those who will be participating on Black Friday and Cyber Monday online, they also have to be aware that there are also fake e-commerce sites that will be open specifically just for Black Friday and the festive season, for that matter. So you need to be aware that the shop that you are shopping from actually exists. It has not been established just to scam you or to rob you of your money in the frenzy of Black Friday.
All right.
There will be a lot of e-commerce sites that will be opened specifically just to defraud people during Black Friday and the festive season. Hence, we are saying consumers must be very careful.
All right, I've got to thank you for your time this morning. That is Jimmy Kolele, who is the Senior Education and Communication Officer at the National Credit Regulator.
Call Thulasizwe now, 086 000 2032.
Look at that. I've got time for just one quick voice note to take. This person wants to talk about the South African Human Rights Commission. Let's take a listen.
Good morning, SAFM, and morning to listeners. Thulasizwe, this NGO, South African Human Rights Commission, it's very picky of the items or matters they entertain or choose to assist. Our kids are dying every day. They are saying nothing. But when it comes to criminally linked human rights, they are the first to rush to court and make noise. What's going on in that commission? Is it really a commission that is there for human rights, or is it because of criminally linked human rights? I'm confused.
All right, I do believe you're probably talking about the Lawyers for Human Rights instead of the Human Rights Commission, but point taken nonetheless, that the emphasis in your view is not on the issues that you believe are the issues that should be a priority. The context is that we were trying and were scheduled to speak to Mami Tlosebei of the South African, of the Lawyers for Human Rights who are threatening to go to court again over the plight of those illegal miners in Stilfontein. Thank you for putting through that voice note. That brings us to 8 a.m. and it's time for a news update with N. Musa. Essential cover from Outsurance pays out claims in cash, allowing you to choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43187 now.
In our top stories, Collins Chabane, former CFO, fined and convicted, and Minister appeals Tribunal's ruling against Vodacom's fibre deal. Good morning. The High Court in Pretoria has ordered former Chief Financial Officer of the Collins Chabane Municipality, Edie Makamu, to pay the liquidator of the defunct VBS Mutual Bank a fine of 150,000 rand for his role in the bank's collapse. He was also sentenced to a 5-year suspended prison sentence yesterday. He was found guilty of contravening the Municipal Finance Management Act after illegally investing 120 million rand in the bank. Kukecho Mutau reports.
Magamu's conviction stems from Collins Chabane's municipality's illegal 120 million rand investment with VBS Mutual Bank, which was never fully recovered. Investigations revealed that some funds were used to pay a brokerage commission to individuals and entities. Magamu was arrested on May 2022 and has been appearing in court with co-accused Charlotte Ngobeni. Ngobeni will now face trial alone from the 20th of January 2025. The Hawks have welcomed the conviction, saying that it marks another step in holding those responsible for the VBS Mutual Bank collapse accountable.
Trade, Industry and Competition Minister Park Stau has confirmed his decision to appeal the Competition Tribunal's recent ruling. It blocks Vodacom from acquiring a controlling stake in Remgro's fibre business Maziv. The move comes as a surprise given that the Competition Authority falls under Tau's department. Both Vodacom and Maziv have given notice that they plan to appeal against the Competition Tribunal's decision blocking the merger. The deal would have created the largest fibre network in the country. Siyabulela Makamo is the Commission's spokesperson.
The Commission notes the appeals by Vodacom as well as the Honourable Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition. At this stage, we are not in a position to comment further on the matter, as we have not had sight of the substantive issues that have been raised by the two appellants.
A 32-year-old man has started to serve a life term and an additional 15 years after being sentenced in the Kwaggafontein Regional Court in Mpumalanga yesterday. Godfrey Mashiane had been found guilty for murder and aggravated robbery. This followed an incident in which he fatally stabbed Aaron Sikosana in Vlaklaagte in 2022. The National Prosecuting Authority's Monica Nyuswa.
The conviction arises from an incident which happened on the 19th of January 2022 at Vlaklaagte number 2, where Mashiane lured the deceased Aaron Sikosana under the pretense of a job opportunity. Sikosana left his home at 5 in the morning in his blue vehicle to assist with what he believed was a transportation request but never returned. His lifeless body, bearing multiple stab wounds to the torso and neck, was discovered later that day near Vlaklaagte cemeteries. This outcome underscores the NPA's commitment to ensuring justice for victims and their families.
Experts say it's not easy to identify bullying behavior in the workplace. They say this is because the behavior is often concealed. Peter Krill from the Independent Institute of Education notes some of the red flags.
The key aspect that we often overlook is bullying is often associated with the school playground and not in the adult world, but it's not so. One has to differentiate between sensitivity and real bullying. But there are certain signs in the office environment that definitely points to bullying, especially if it continues to happen. You know, once of criticism or a once of disagreement or a once of argument, that's quite normal. And I mean, that's certainly not bullying. But ongoing conduct by individuals that puts others at risk, lower confidence levels, etc., that certainly is likely to be linked to bullying.
British police have confirmed investigating 5 people suspected to have helped the late Egyptian billionaire Mohammed Al Fayed allegedly rape and sexually abuse female staff at his London department store Harrods and elsewhere. Earlier this month, it emerged that police were informed of Al Fayed's assault allegations a decade earlier than previously acknowledged. Police launched a new investigation after 90 victims came forward in a BBC documentary. The BBC's John Donnison has the details.
We've had a statement from Commander Steve Clayman, who's leading this investigation, and he said this is about giving survivors a voice despite the fact that Mohammed Al Fayed is no longer alive to face prosecution. Since that documentary came out, it's obviously received huge publicity. Mohammed Al Fayed was a very well-known figure, not only here in the UK but around the world, and it is very much an ongoing investigation.
Recapping the top story, the High Court in Pretoria has ordered the former Chief Financial Officer of the Collins Chabane Municipality in Limpopo, Idi Makamo, pay the liquidator of the defunct VBS Mutual Bank a fine of 150,000 rand for his role in the bank's collapse. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
And that's the news for this hour. Theft, accident and 1 million rand liability cover, all covered by Outsurance Essential. Get a quote today. SMS CAR to 43187. 48-year-old Zandile loves Outsurance Essential because it's low-cost insurance designed for older cars. For her 2008 Toyota Yaris T3, she only pays 391 Rand a month. With Outsurance Essential, you get up to 1 million Rand liability cover. That means if you cause an accident, the other car could be covered for up to 1 million Rand. Add even more value with the motor warranty, which covers you for mechanical or electrical breakdowns. Get saving with Outsurance Essential for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 Rand. SMS car to 43187. That's car to 43187 today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Victoria's Mopani Highway staying busy this morning. Queues from Theo Martin's around the corner down to an earlier crash scene at Bremer Street. The N12 coming into Joburg stationary truck near the R24 is finally being cleared. That big backlog of traffic coming through from Jet Park is starting to move on, thankfully. R24 from the airport down to Barbara Road is very slow. There are some traffic lights off at the exit there. And Malabongwe North Riding through a couple of faulty traffic lights into Stratham Park and Randburg stays heavy as well. Durban, the N2 North, there's now a crash after Spaghetti Junction. So a big queue of traffic that's been sitting from the cement factory territory up to Spaghetti Junction now stays heavy through the interchange into a crash and up into the roadworks. M4 Southern Freeway queuing into the city centre. A lot of that due to the roadworks as you come off on the Esplanade area. Cape Town Viking Way at the N7, a crash there causing some delays towards Epping from the Elsies River area. Lights are out on the Kuberg Road at Tanzanite down by Macro. So if you're coming out of Tableview that side, passing the refinery, that is quite slow. And an hour's worth of closure today down in the Eastern Cape. Grahamstown, Makunda through the Fish River Pass closed between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. If you're travelling through that area, you'll be diverted down to the coastal route. So probably a good idea to avoid that lengthy diversion. Avoid travelling between 3 and 4 on that section of the N2. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
A very good morning to you. In your SFM sports headlines, it's soccer with Banyana touching down in Jamaica for their Caribbean clash with the Reggae Girls, and the Dubai Sevens rookie Tristan Lades will take over the playmaking duties for the Blitzboks in the first Sevens tournament. Details around 8:30.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
Hey, good morning, folks. We are into the third hour of the morning brief here on SAFM. It's good to be with you this morning. So a number of topics that we've put on the agenda this morning. I see a lot of people reacting to the news around the information regulator issuing a compliance notice to the Department of Basic Education around their failure to obtain the consent of pupils, matric pupils or their parents for the 2023 matric results to be published in the national newspapers. So in 2023, according to the information regulator, the department failed to obtain that consent. This is in line with the requirements of the Protection of Personal Information Act, POPIA, which requires, those who handle personal information to be sensitive and require and get a lawful basis for them to deal with that personal information in that way, including publishing it. So the department, in a spot of bother with the information regulator, the result is that the regulator has said the department must not publish the 2024 matric results in newspapers because that issue has not been handled. The department is mulling it over and weighing its options, and I see a lot of people reacting and weighing in on this issue because the publishing of matric results in newspapers has become something of a tradition. Many of us have gone through it, just at that moment, excitement, trepidation and anxiety at the same time, whether or not your name would be in the newspaper at the end, or your student number, that is, in as far as the results are concerned. So you can weigh in on that if that is something that you want to converse with me about. The number to dial 086 000 2032. I'll take your WhatsApp voice notes on 061 410 4107. Earlier on, I did put what is on my mind on the table, just how long some of our democratic processes take. You cannot microwave these processes, granted, and you cannot rush processes and democracy. But I don't know. I really don't know. The Parliament and the President had 2 years to fix this deficiency that was identified by the Constitutional Court in the Copyright Act that would enable blind and visually impaired South Africans to be able to convert books and the likes to accessible formats like Braille. 2 years came and went, and that has not happened. That's why that case is back in the Constitutional Court. I wanted us to focus on that, but I just also wanted to focus on just how long some of our processes take. And I raised the example of, the courts and the court rolls. The fact that you have to wait until 2029 in some instances to get a court date, a trial date. Those are some of the issues exercising my mind. Still Fontaine, also in the minds of many this morning. I'll take your calls, as I said. This is SAFM. We are leading the conversations that move us. The third hour of the Thursday edition of the Morning Brief starts now.
Weeknights on S3 are anything but ordinary. BBC Primetime brings you the best of British television from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Love a good murder mystery? Then Death in Paradise Season 3 will keep you entertained with a series of impossible murders on the beautiful Caribbean island of St. Marie. Monday to Wednesday at 9 p.m. Channel your inner vroom with Top Gear Season 25 and 26, Monday to Wednesday at 10 p.m. Channel your best entertainment with BBC Primetime only on S3. Open up.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane.
14 minutes after 8. Let me bring you that story around the issue in Stilfontein. The lawyers for human rights have threatened to file another urgent court application if illegal miners in Stilfontein in the northwest are not given food, water, and medication underground. Let's welcome Mamitlo Sebei, who is an attorney at Lawyers for Human Rights. Good morning to you, Mamitlo, and thank you for your time this morning. What makes you think you will succeed where the Society for the Protection of Our Constitution did not succeed in the courts around this issue of whether or not the illegal miners underground are being deprived of food and water and the likes?
Well, I think the main point here is that we represent the affected families, the organization that support them of the mining affected communities. And therefore, we are on the ground, we know the facts, we know the situation, and we're able to make submission in court, which I think will be beyond scrutiny insofar as the factual validity is concerned. The problem, and I think we raised this before, with the previous application is that it was brought by an organization that I think was shocked by the statement in the minister, from the minister in the president's office, that just, amounted to incitement for mass murder effectively. And that organization proceeded in the action without any facts. And I think even when you listen to court, for instance, they were saying there was no supply of food, water at the time that there was. There was no rescue effort at the time that there was. And I think that was a problem. And that's the reason that it was very easy for the police to basically just dismiss and to show to court that all of that is not true. But then the police, subsequent to that, they then abused that court order to actually stop all of that, to actually stop the supply of food and water that is life-saving, and also medication that is also recognized, as well as to restrict community from access to continue with a community risk operation under the supervision of the police, which were all happening at the time that that application was actually taking place.
So you're saying that there's been a change in the position then, the factual position around whether or not food and water and medication are being allowed underground. I remember the legal representative of the government in that case standing up and saying that actually it's not true that we are starving these people. We are sending food, but it's limited for their sustenance. What we are not allowing is mass food, big consignments of food and water and the likes to be taken down, which would enable those illegal miners to remain underground for a long period of time. Are you telling me that at this point, zero food, zero water, and zero medication is being allowed, and that is at the instance of the police?
Yes. So at the time when that application was being argued, to remember, I mean, I was on the ground, and I think I had, a report with your station where, being there, we had negotiated 600, I think 250 grams, a very small packet of instant maize meal, right? To go underground, but also 506 small bottles of water. Now, after the court returned with that order on that very Saturday, they then said the provision that says no non-emergency personnel can be allowed on the shaft, which was meant to facilitate the relief, but also to ensure that the relief process or efforts are not abused to get new people inside. The police then argued from that no one actually can access a shaft which was meant to be a hole, and they argued that actually shaft means the entire area that they now cordon off. And ever since Saturday last week, right, the last supply that people got, small bottle of water. And now this consensus that you're talking about 500 people in that particular shaft. Now, you cannot argue to me that one person can drink one small bottle of water for a week, right? And one small packet of instant, maize meal, which can only last you for a day.
Right.
That the one that are coming out say that they shared it, being 4 of them, and the police has been arguing that people can simply walk across to the other shops and exit if they want to. That is not true. I mean, as you have seen from the video that I shared, what has actually happened there is that it takes the one that have came out, which are supposed to be the evidence of that. Those miners are saying they've started calling last Monday. They arrived the previous, this Monday. So it took them 7 days of crawling underground in a treacherous, narrow, flooded tunnels to be able to find their way to that. Many people are too weak, emaciated, dehydrated to make a 7-day crawling journey.
Right. Hold on for me a second, Mamitro. I want to take a call from Mark, who also wants to weigh in on this conversation. Mark in Durban. Good morning to you. Short and sharp for me, please.
Good morning, sir. So thank you. Why can't human rights and all these people go to the main guys who are buying the gold, who are exploiting all these workers? Why don't they go to these guys? Make them pay for the food. Make them pay for the house and the medical. Why do we, as citizens of Africa, have to pay the tax, pay from our money for the benefit of? Can't they, human rights guys, go and investigate and get the kingpins, get the main money, the billionaires and the millionaires who are making the money from this, and get it from them? Why do we have the taxpayer got to pay for this?
Mamintle, just your response to that, and also factoring in that police consider that area to be a crime scene, and you will have seen these reports about 96 undocumented children detained as part of the illicit miners in that area. So Mark is asking, why can't you get to the bottom of the people that are behind these operations?
We've been having that campaign to say that when you look at the report that actually LHR actually compiled a few years ago, it shows that lack of regulation, but also support with capital by the state and access to the market in a form of a state buyer for the minerals has created a vacuum in which has entered an organized criminal syndicates that I actually are acting in conspiracy with the corrupt elements within the police, but also within the big minds. And there is just a simple illustration of that. The idea that this extremely poor miners staying in shacks, extremely emaciated, all of that can be able to transport minerals from Stilfontein, from Gauteng, and all the way from Limpopo, where I come from, on the border with Zimbabwe, to the ports in Durban, in Richards Bay, all these places, without the involvement of the police, is not realistic. You know this country, you can't drive for about 10 kilometers without encountering. But secondly, that minerals are not having a market internally. All of them are going and sold internationally as part of illicit or network of illicit trading on minerals, which actually amount to hundreds of billions, and they require license, which is monopolized by the big mining monopolies.
All right,
those are people we want to be held accountable, but those are people that are funding these networks of organized criminal syndicates that have unleashed.
Yeah, let's leave it there for this morning. That's Mamitlo Sebei, who is an attorney at Lawyers for Human Rights.
At Business Outsurance, ensuring your business is our business. Switch to Business Outsurance today, and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Get affordable cover to protect your business against everyday risks. Get the best business insurance at the best price for your business. SMS quote to 43328. That's quote to 43328 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
It's heating up on My Design Rules, South Africa's hottest interior design reality show, this Sunday evening at 7 on S3. Watch as our design duos get cooking on their kitchen spaces. It's the heart of the home, but with the stress of deadline hanging over their heads, it's causing nothing but high blood pressure. Channel your interior designer with My Design Rules, Sunday evenings at 7 only on S3.
You are listening to the Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane.
So, have you ever imagined what it would be like to get the full experience of fashion brands right from the comfort of your home? Well, scientists say it is now possible as fashion brands are entering the metaverse to provide highly personalized digital experiences. They say in the near future, people will be able to shop virtually with friends, browse the latest trends, and talk to a shop assistant, all while being at home. For more on this, I'm joined by Heidi Svensson, who is part of the Department of Consumer and Food at the University of Pretoria. Good morning to you, and thank you for your time this morning. Tell me about how the metaverse works and how that is transforming activities such as shopping.
Good morning, Thulasizwe, and thanks so much for having me. So I think what's very interesting is that we're seeing this sort of metaverse bubble up. So it's still very much new, and especially in South Africa, we're noticing that there are sort of separate platforms that have been previously used for gaming, so platforms like Roblox, that are now starting to use or kind of incorporate brands. So brands like Vans and Nike, we've also seen like Adidas, all these brands are sort of jumping onto these gaming platforms where the emerging youth is spending a lot of their time, and it's kind of sort of changing or shifting the way that this sort of emerging youth market is consuming these goods. And so that's sort of where it's starting. I definitely think we're going to see a massive shift in this, and ultimately, it will link to a whole world where these consumers will kind of like you said, like socialize and consume goods and kind of experience all of the things that they are looking for within a sort of virtual or digital space.
So Heidi, I realized that perhaps I worked off the assumption that everyone knows what the metaverse is. And I've got to take a step back. I heard you mention Roblox, and I'm a father of an 8-year-old, and I know all about that, you just pay for it. What is the metaverse?
So I think that is such a good point, because the metaverse has actually been used to define various different things. But essentially where it became a buzz topic and such a boom was when Facebook sort of announced that they were going to rename themselves Meta, and that sort of comes from it's quite a big story, but it comes from a book that was written, and they used the term metaverse to explain various virtual worlds where people can essentially live as a virtual avatar. And so this term kind of explains a world that is digitized, where you can explore different spaces and you can go about like your sort of consumption habits within a digital format. And so we're seeing this being used through VR and AR, which is essentially a way to connect into the space in a 3D way.
Yeah.
I hope that's a sort of simple enough explanation.
Absolutely. So in the sense of experiences, social experiences like shopping, what problem does it solve? Being able to do that through the metaverse and being able to do that from the comfort of your home. What's been lacking in online shopping experiences and hangout experiences until now?
So I think that's actually a really good point, because in terms of online shopping, essentially it's a very functional aspect. So you can go on there, you can see the product, and you can get it delivered. What the metaverse offers is the experiential elements of the store space. So all the atmospherics, linking to the senses and actually being able to engage with the product. It also links better to the experience of escapism, because now you're in a world, you can actually engage with other people there, you can maybe try something on virtually, show your friends or family member, and you can really explore and almost become more educated by the product. So it kind of helps to link what we're seeing in the store experience in a way that we can now link it to the any shop anywhere, anytime. It also helps to think a little bit about maybe using those items on a digital avatar rather than with having it in its actual format. So we're going to maybe see a shift to people expressing their identities online, and maybe look at a shift to overconsumption, which we're also seeing a lot at the moment.
Geez, Heidi, today's youth and teenagers will then never leave their rooms, right? I mean, if you're saying to us they will be able to do not only this metaverse immersive experience by themselves, but they can do it with their friends and interact with store officials. They'll never leave their rooms. Other concerns about how it will change social interactions?
Definitely. I mean, I do think we need to be very responsible with this. But I think ultimately, looking at this research and using it, especially in South Africa, where our clothing retail sector is exceptionally important in terms of, job creation, and also just in terms of the way that we sort of live and function. We need to be able to understand this format and use it to also just make our retail sector more experiential, and also to assist where we can on online platforms. There is obviously concerns, and that's definitely an important research area, but looking at that idea of bringing in the social element can also tie to wellness and tie to making sure that those teenagers that maybe are feeling isolated can actually reach out now on a platform and engage with their peers. But I do think that's an important point and definitely needs a lot more research.
Sure. Fascinating conversation. The times, they are changing. Heidi Svensson is part of the Department of Consumer and Food at the University of Pretoria. Bringing us to 8:30, let's check in with N. Musa now with the latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks to us. In the headlines, Police Minister Senzo Mchunu has attributed the escalation of incidents of extortion in the country to South Africans resorting to making quick money in an environment of high unemployment. Mchunu and his team presented the latest crime statistics from July 2024 to September 2024 to Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Police yesterday. The former Chief Financial Officer of the Collins Chabane municipality, Idi Mokamo, has been ordered by the High Court in Pretoria to pay the liquidator of the defunct VBS Mutual Bank a fine of 150,000 rand for his role in the bank's collapse. And the U.S. envoy who helped to negotiate the ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah says the agreement could unlock a deal to end the fighting in Gaza. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Still a lot of complaints about the Mopani Highway this morning into Pretoria. Stays jammed from Theo Martins down to an earlier crash in Bremer Street. If you're just leaving Shosenguve, you might want to just reroute the Soutpan Road and onto Stapor come in from Pretoria North. It's clear that way. Latest on the M1 is still a heavy queue from Garsfontein down towards the R21. Once you get through that, the N1 through Midrand doesn't look too bad today. And another breakdown on the N12, the one up by the R24 coming into Joburg was cleared. And as soon as that cleared and the backlog started to move, another truck broke down before the Edenvale exit. So still quite a bit of pressure on that run through. Durban, there's some heavy delays through Pinetown, the M13 queue towards Richmond Road. So if you're trying to get through to Fields Hill, it's busy. The N2 now with a crash just north of Spaghetti Junction. That traffic coming through from the cement factory remains heavily backed up. Cape Town today, N1 into town stays busy between Plattercliff Road and the city centre. There will be today and tomorrow a lot of congestion. We saw it in fact yesterday getting off the N1 at that Sable Road exit. Canal Walk going to be very popular next 24-48 hours as shopping frenzy hits the country, hits the world really, and that's a very popular destination. So if you come in, you want to get into Century City, you will sit on that Sable Road off-ramp. And a reminder about the closure out in the Eastern Cape today between Makanda and Fish River Pass, 3 p.m. until 4 p.m. A full 1 hour closure to blast and clean up on that section of roadway. It'll have you diverted during the closure down along the R72 coastal route. If you don't fancy that detour, or you don't fancy sitting around until the roads reopen, go before 3 or try and travel after 4 p.m. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai, so Banyana are in the Caribbean, but it's not for a holiday, not an end-of-year holiday, is it?
Oh, there might be some reggae happening there, but they've got to bring their rhythm to the football field. Yeah. That's Banyana, and I think they'll be facing the Reggae Girls. So looking forward to seeing Banyana dribble and baseline there. And that's when they landed in a very humid Montego Bay, Jamaica. Desiree Ellis and her squad are ready to face the team ranked 42nd in the world in 2 matches that are set for tomorrow and Monday. The last time these two sides met was in 2019, where it ended in a 1-1 draw. But this time, Banyana are looking to stamp their authority and fine-tune their game plan as they prepare for next year's CAF Women's Africa Cup of Nations. Coach Desiree Ellis is confident.
But we all have to hit the ground running and make sure that what we're going to do, that everybody understands. It's really important. I think the jet lag might play a part later in the game because, you definitely will run out of legs, also with it being a long season. But we'll see how we can manage that as well. And then it's obviously a second game, and I think we will be a bit better in terms of recovering from the jet lag. But fatigue this time of the season, we have to take care of that as well, and that is really going to be important.
More women's sport, where Danny Wyatt-Hodge became the first England women's player to reach 3,000 T20I runs as the Tourists completed a 36-run win over the Proteas women in the second match in Benoni to clinch the T20 series. Wyatt-Hodge and Nat Silver-Brunt shared a stand of 112 from 63 deliveries after England slipped to 15 for 2 when pace bowler Ayanda Hlubi struck twice in the second over at Willamore Park. On to rugby, South Africa's Blitzboks are in Dubai, ready to defend their title at the opening tournament of the World Rugby 7 Series this weekend. The team, missing captain Selwyn Davids, and that's due to injury, will rely on the rising star Tristan Lades. That's to step into the playmaking role. The Blitzboks have a formidable record in Dubai, having won the tournament 11 times since 1999, including the last 5 editions. Lades, a Dubai rookie, is determined to make his mark.
The last season was quite a roller coaster. Towards the back end of the season, we managed to pull a bit tighter and get the job done in Monaco at the qualifiers and bronze in the Olympics. But like I said, Dubai being the first leg of the 24-25 season, I think it will be a good way for us to make a statement early in the season.
On to golf action, the Chilean Joaquim Niemann and South Africa's Ashley Buhai will defend their titles at the dual-gender Australian Open in Melbourne from today amid disappointment over the playing conditions and concerns over the scheduling of the women's event. Now, the event, which features separate men's and women's trophies, tees off at the Kingston Heath and Victoria Golf Club on Melbourne's sand belt, and after a bout of wet and wild weather, there has been a change to the strategy and tactics of the golfers. Players are adjusting to very different conditions at this Pro-Am event. Finally, boxing, promoter Eddie Hearn says a potential trilogy bout between Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano could be one of the biggest fights of all times. In two fights considered modern-day classics, the Irishwoman Taylor edged the Puerto Rican on points in Texas earlier this month and in New York 2 years ago. The pair earned career-high payouts for both fights, with a rematch which the chief support is to take Jake Paul's win over Mike Tyson, and they had responded to 74 million global viewers. Taylor is one of sport's most decorated athletes and is the undisputed light welterweight champion, and also holds the WBA and WBC lightweight belts. That's a wrap. We'll leave it there for now. In the boxing ring, more sport with John Gericke around 12:30. I'm Zai Khan.
The Business Update on SAFM.
Good morning to you once again, Dowling. So the merger parties, as they are referred to in competition law, Massive and Vodacom, are not the only ones who are unhappy with this outcome from the competition tribunal. I see the Minister, Pakstau, joining in. What's the basis for him appealing this?
That's right, Sula. So things really heating up on that front. Trade, Industry and Competition Minister Pakstau has made a significant move by appealing to the Competition Tribunal to reconsider its decision to block the Vodacom Remgro fiber deal, following Vodacom and Remgro's move to appeal the tribunal's decision. Now, the department's decision has been hailed by top asset managers as unprecedented and significant, considering that the Competition Commission is under the DTIC. Some asset managers say that Dow's decision is seen as a way to refocus the agendas of the Competition Tribunal and Commission to pursue economic mandates, specifically those that focus on growth and enhanced competition. Now, the deal, which aims to invest in a fiber rollout in low-income areas, has been welcomed by many, an investment pegged at up to 17 billion rands. In a News 24 article, asset managers such as Shane Watkins of All Weather Capital have praised Dow's move, saying it's a step in the right direction to promote economic growth and competition. Watkins noted that the competition authorities have been perceived as pursuing ideological agendas rather than focusing on economic oversight. David Shapiro of Susfin Securities also welcomed Dow's move, saying it's a pragmatic decision that will benefit the country in the long run. Shapiro believes that the deal will make internet and fiber costs more affordable and widely available, which is essential for businesses to grow and compete globally. The Competition Commission's spokesperson, Sia Makunga, in the meantime, has noted the appeals from Vodacom and the minister, but has declined to comment further.
Yeah, so we are in for an interesting time in terms of testing out the laws of competition in this country. Tell me about Pepco acquiring the value retailer Choice Clothing.
So Pepco acquiring Choice Clothing with over 100 stores in South Africa and in Namibia. This move aims to strengthen Pepco's presence in the adult wear market. The price of the deal has not been revealed as yet. Choice Clothing operates in the lower-end discount market, a high-growth segment that bridges the gap between formal discount and informal markets. Pepco's COO Sean Cardinal said the acquisition will enable the group to reach more customers in the discount and informal space, growing its share in the adult wear market. While Choice Clothing is smaller compared to other Pepco businesses, the group plans to aggressively grow the business, potentially tripling its retail footprint in the medium term. The acquisition follows Pepco's strong financial results for the year ended September, where it reported a profit before tax of 3.7 billion rands, a significant turnaround from the previous year's loss.
Lastly, Ntauleng, what kind of a day can we look forward to on this Thursday in the JSE, but also around the world?
So I'm actually at the JSE this morning to
Look at you.
I'm here for Boxer's market debut, one of the most anticipated listings for the year. So traders will be waking up to an additional listing this morning. I'll give you more detail on how the counter fared on the first day of trade tomorrow morning. Now, looking overall at trade for the day, markets poised to start mixed today as trading volumes likely to be low on the back of the closure of U.S. markets, as those markets are closed due to Thanksgiving. On the currency front, the rand trading range bound under the 18.25 mark to the dollar. In the U.S., futures are in the green, turnaround from yesterday's negative close. And then over in Asia, markets on track for another mixed day. Trade really choppy on that front.
All right, thank you for that, Ntauleng. I look forward to hearing your full report about the first day of trading for Boxer at the JSE. That's Ntauleng Lechela there. She's been updating you on all things to do with the economy, business, and the markets for the last 3 hours here on the Morning Brief.
Thulasizwe Simelane on SAFM.
Police clashed with Westbury residents in Johannesburg yesterday after locals blocked roads with bricks following a prolonged water outage and no water tankers. Residents say the water crisis has worsened over recent years and that water tankers are seldom deployed in the area. Let's welcome Melissa Davids, who is a community activist in the area of Westbury. Good morning to you and thank you for your time. How dire is the situation? What has led to you as a community taking to the streets in the way that you did yesterday?
Good morning to you and your listeners. Thank you for having me on your show. So basically, we've not been having water in Coronationville and the upper part of Westbury for over a month, where we don't even find a drop of water in the taps. So we do understand that Panyaza Lisufi mentioned that we are on level 1. But as a community, we are not even on any level because there is no drop of water. And with the community going out and protesting peacefully, they got approached by the police, who then manhandled them, smacked one of the ladies, even took a phone and didn't return it. So it was really chaotic, where I personally then called for assistance. And when the police came, they then said to the people, no, you're not going to protest, you're not allowed to close the roads. And the community then said, listen, the only way we get answers from these entities and people in power is when we actually frustrate the system by closing the roads, because it will then seek their attention. It then turned out very violent, where the community was then pushed around, pulled around by the same police that is meant to protect them. So to our surprise, this morning, just as we said yesterday, after every protest, mysteriously, there's water in the taps.
Wow.
So we want to know, the question is, we want to know, is this a man-made issue? Is it strategic that they literally don't put on the water in the specific areas, or what is the real reason? Because as a community, we are asking the same question. We did have a protest.
Yeah. What's your understanding of what the issues are? Because, you know, as you say, the part of the context is that there's what the city of Joburg and Joburg Water are calling throttling of water, particularly at hours to allow the reservoirs to refill. Are you saying that the issues in your area are different from what wider Johannesburg is dealing with?
I really would think so, because Riverlee is not so far away from us, and that is where the water tankers go fill up at that reservoir, and that area does not have any issues. As well as the areas around us, they might not have water for a day or two, but in our areas, the taps are completely dry. As we are speaking now, there is another peaceful protest taking place by other residents who came together from West Dean, Perth Street, and Westbury as well, where they are now not satisfied with the answers given by the city manager yesterday, saying that he has spoken to the MD of Joburg Water, who then advised that within 3 days there will be a change and there will be water in our taps.
So you're saying water is flowing today, but there is still a protest ongoing. Is that informed by you as a community reading it as this is perhaps temporary reprieve, but your problems have not been solved?
So I would say, we normally start the protest. Today we had water until 7 o'clock in the morning, and the taps are dry again. So I'm not sure if this is strategic. We all are in the unknown. We want to know what is actually happening. We've been asking for Joburg Water to come address us. We've been asking our councillors to engage these entities to come have a meeting with us. And to date, we have not had any answers from both Ward 82 councillor, who's a DA councillor, and Ward 69 councillor, who's a DA councillor. I am a proportional representative, a PR councillor within the city of Joburg, newly appointed and I don't have as much power as the ward councillor have to actually call community meetings. But to date, we are still waiting. The taps are dry again.
Yeah.
The community is out there peacefully protesting, hoping that the police won't come and manhandle them again.
Right, Melissa Davids, thank you for talking to us this morning. That is, Melissa Davids is a Westbury community activist, and as she says, a proportional representation councillor in the area.
Get ready to honor Madiba's legacy together. Join us on 8 December at the Union Buildings in Tshwane, Gauteng, as we pay tribute to Nelson Mandela with the Mandela Remembrance Walk and Run. There's a distance for everyone: 21 kilometers, 10-kilometer run, and a 5-kilometer scenic walk. Enjoy loads of entertainment and plenty of fun for the kids. If you can't be there in person, you can participate from wherever you are, uniting with thousands around the country to honor Nelson Mandela's vision of unity, equality, and a just society. All proceeds will support the Nelson Mandela Foundation. Register now at mandelawalkandrun.com. Let's come together to remember Madiba. In proud partnership with Gauteng Province, the City of Tshwane, and SABC Sport. See you there. Let's make it a day to remember.
So why should I use We Buy Cars if I want to sell my vehicle?
Because We Buy Cars buys cars.
But will I get the right price?
Of course. We Buy Cars buys thousands of vehicles and knows exactly what every vehicle is worth. Their buyers deliver exceptional service and pay you immediately.
And how do I know what they'll pay for my vehicle?
It's easy. Visit webuycars.co.za or use the We Buy Cars app. Follow the simple steps and voila, you'll get a fantastic price for your car. We Buy Cars. Quick, easy, the best.
SAFM. Guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Silbury Show on the Mudputty Highway this morning into Pretoria, coming out of Shoshanguve. Very unusual queues that you'll sit in this time of day. From Theo Mountains all the way down the bend and down towards Bremer Street. Alternative route, M35, looking okay through Soutpansberg and then down through the Gazina area. N1 from Rigel Avenue down to the R21, staying heavy. Just off the highway, there's no lights, by the way, on Solomon, Mashlangu and Garsfontein. So there's a bit of a backlog going on down there. Roadworks on the N3 north of Buccleuch, holding up the back end of rush hour with queues back into Linbro Park territory. And roadworks on your way to the airport this morning between the Benoni exit and Pomona Road, and that's quite slow all of a sudden. Durban, we had this collision on the N2 going north at Spaghetti Junction. It's been cleared, but the N2 north has been really bad this morning. It stays under pressure from the M7 moving up towards Westwood Mall and into the work zones. Roadworks between Pinetown and Fields Hill, so the M13 on your way to Kloof is slow, and the M4 Southern Freeway still jamming into the city centre. Delays from back as far as sort of Umbilo Kongela area. Cape Town, the N1 into town stays busy. Approaching the elevated freeway, you've got a queue that's still sitting from about N1 City. N7 from Goodwood up to Bosmanstown remains very slow. And final reminder from me this morning of that closure on the N2 between Grahamstown and Fish River Pass today. A 1 hour closure for blasting and clean up between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. Try and go before 3 or after 4 to avoid sitting around or to avoid having to sort of divert the long way down around Port Alfred and the R72. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Call Thulasizwe now. 086 000 2032.
Yeah, let's do exactly that. Let's speak to JJ. JJ, good morning to you. You want to weigh in on the situation around the matric results possibly not being published in newspapers this year.
Good morning to us. Yes, exactly like that.
But let me start by saying that education forms a bedrock of every society on earth. It does that. And the reason why there is this need of publishing the results, it could be results of matric or results of any standard or any level. It's because education with a value is not a secret. What is personal and confidential are the marks that a particular student has obtained. That's why you even find that at the universities, when you qualify, you will have to walk on the stage with others. And there are booklets with names, and everything is published. These days, even in the Google, you can get your name there with your qualification. It's because education itself, where there is a certificate, it's not supposed to be a personal issue. It's a public matter. That's why even at those who are qualified, including yourself in your office, you should put your certificate on the wall. Doctors, mechanics, and all those type of things.
But there's an
If you
element.
get to some other.
Is there no element of personal of it being personal there, JJ? I mean, it's a disclosure. It's a disclosure that I have not passed. If my name is not on the list and people knew that I was in matric, that has been disclosed already that I've not passed.
Yes, that is the reason why it must be known that you have a qualification. It must be public that you have a qualification. If it's not public and it becomes a secret, it's a problem on its own.
All right.
If you get into the surgery and you find that there is no certificate for the doctor there on the wall, that's when you will realize that there are people who claim to be doctors and they can mess up
All right,
people's
JJ.
lives.
Thank you for that.
Matric must be published.
Thank you, JJ. That's JJ in Polokwane there. Let me take a call from Eunice. Eunice, you are in Joburg, and you want to talk about a drug bust in Pretoria. What happened there, and what's the link with Mexicans?
Yes, Thulasizwe. Look about this drug bust in Pretoria, 100 million rand one, where they caught a Mexican guy there. Now, this is really concerning. If you can recall, a few months ago, there was a similar bust outside a farm somewhere in Groblersdal, where there was a 1 billion rand drug bust, and there was a Mexican guy, including some local guys who were caught there. Now the question is, are these Mexican drug lords using South Africa as a safe haven here?
Yep.
Are we having the Sinawala cartels coming into this country?
That would be.
And what is even more frightening, Thulasizwe, I don't know if you've been following, there was a story out in Cape Town where a Colombian drug cartel apparently brought in cocaine, and there was supposedly a gangster from Cape Town, Peter Jaggers, if his name was there, with another guy. They were kidnapped. Then apparently they were found in a dam, strapped with cement bags about a few weeks ago.
I didn't see that story, but Eunice, I share your concern.
Now, J.P. Smith, the MEC in Cape Town, he has pronounced on this matter, and he says apparently these ships are coming in. Now, can you believe it? You'll think this is out of a Miami Vice movie. Sure. Ships are coming in, working with the drug cartels in Cape Town, dropping off barrels of cocaine and what have you,
Eunice?
and then... You know, I think you should get him on the air, Thulasizwe. It's a very serious issue.
I share your concern there, Eunice. Thank you for that, Eunice, there. I really do share his concern. You think we've got problems now. Wait until we allow these South American, Mexican or Colombian drug cartels to get a foothold in South Africa. There'll be no society left. There will be no South Africa left, I can tell you now. And I am hoping, it's one or two incidents that Eunice is alluding to, I am hoping that our intelligence services are on and alert to this, because that would be one of the biggest threats that we can face as a country. Butana in Rosebank, good morning. You want to talk to me about the Copyright Act?
Yes, my brother, good morning. The playbook is that the president is busy applying his mind. Remember, all the president is busy applying his mind on Thulasizwe Simelane, the Minister of Justice, on VBS Kanda. He's busy applying his mind. He takes his own time to apply his mind, more so on things that does not affect the ANC people. If it was Pala, they would have rushed to the parliament and make changes and vote to that extent to get that law passed.
Yep.
It doesn't affect them. He's applying his mind.
Sure. All right, Butana, thank you for that. And I guess he was applying his mind between February, when he received that copyright amendment bill, and October, when he finally, after the deadline, that is, when he finally referred it to the Constitutional Court. Butana there, weighing in on the copyright amendment bill and the failure to sign it. Let's take a voice note on the situation in Stilfontein.
Morning to us. You know, your eyes were off the ball there with Mamike there. You didn't answer Mike's question. Why can't you go to the people, the kingpins? You couldn't answer that question. Why can't you go there? If the miners can give you all the information, what is happening in the shaft, why can't they give you the information about who is buying the gold, who is sending them down that shaft? Your eyes were off the ball, Thulasizwe. I'm so sorry to say that. You couldn't ask that man. And Mike's question is not answered. Mamita didn't answer the question. He's running around with the answers. He must ask the same illegal miners, who is your boss? He's talking about water. Lisa from Brixton.
Yeah, thank you for that. I take what you're saying about my eyes being off the ball. I fully take that about that interaction with Mamitlo Sebe and the question of who are the people and the kingpins. Point fully taken there.
Good morning to Thulasizwe. I'm Takata in Cape Town. I'm concerned about this legitimization of crime in South Africa. If you go to Zamazamas, those guys, they went there illegally, but now they must be given food. Government must spend monies to rescue them. If you go to jail, even there, these guys, they went there and they come out, they are graduates, but the victim outside is suffering. You go to the spaza shops, they're also killing our kids. I mean, South Africa need to wake up, man. Otherwise, this country, we're not going to rescue it if we can keep on this 1996 constitution.
Yeah, well, until we figure out a different way, unfortunately, well, let me not say unfortunately, until we can figure out a different path, this is the path we have chosen. And the path we have chosen says we have a supreme constitution that guarantees rights, even for those, that we consider to be deplorable, those that we like the least in our society. That is the situation. That is the situation that we've committed to until we decide to go a different route. Let me take this one on the issue of publishing of matric results.
Hi, Thulas. Just on the issue of matric results being published in the paper, I mean, does that not fall under personal information? So is it not governed by the POPIA Act? I'd imagine you can't just, under the POPIA Act, just publish someone's results publicly. Surely that would be illegal under the Act. Ian from Noordhoek. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's exactly at the heart of it. That's what the information regulator says, that the Department of Basic Education failed to comply with the provisions of that act, the Protection of Personal Information Act, by not obtaining the consent of the pupils or for those pupils who are under 18, the consent from their parents. But of course, the department says it's mulling over what the compliance notice says and its implications, and will give us an indication of what their response and reaction will be. And that brings us to the end of today's edition of the Morning Brief. Thank you for staying with us. The Talking Point with Kathy Mutlatlana is up next here on SAFM. That's coming up after the news. Essential Cover from Outsurance pays out claims in cash, allowing you to choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43187 now.
In our top stories, police minister speaks on dealing with extortion in the country, and Colin Shabane's former CFO signed and convicted for VBS bank collapse role. Good morning. Police Minister Senzo Mchunu has attributed the escalation of incidents of extortion in the country to South Africans resorting to making quick money in an environment of high unemployment. Mchunu and his team presented the latest crime statistics from July to September this year to Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Police yesterday. Mchunu dealt with tough questions from committee members, said they've discussed how to convince South Africans that police were committed to fighting crime, especially extortion.
For fighting crime in the context of South Africa, real South Africa. Now, when the country is such that at the moment many people are finding it difficult to earn a living in a lawful manner, they are going to resort to this and that.
The Free State Acting Premier Jabu Mbalula says men should get actively involved in seeking solutions to gender-based violence. The province has seen a spike in incidents of gender-based violence, which include murders, assault and kidnapping. Mbalula says men should also take the lead in promoting positive masculinity. He led a men's march in Bloemfontein yesterday as the country marks 16 days of activism of no violence against women and children.
This one is different because you'll remember that during the opening of Parliament, just after elections, Premier Makwin Letsoro Matai committed to the Free Staters that this time around we want to see men in the forefront of this fight against non-violence, against women and children. So this is a reflection of that call. I'm sure you have seen that the majority of attendees is males. Supported by women. We really took a different approach.
The High Court in Pretoria has ordered that the former Chief Financial Officer of the Colin Shabaane Municipality, Eddie Makamo, pay the liquidator of the defunct VBS Mutual Bank a fine of 150,000 rand for his role in the bank's collapse. He was also sentenced to a 5-year suspended prison sentence yesterday. He was found guilty of contravening the Municipal Finance Management Act after illegally investing 120 million rand in the bank. Kokecho Mutau reports.
Magamu's conviction stems from Colin Shabane's municipality's illegal 120 million rand investment with VBS Mutual Bank, which was never fully recovered. Investigations revealed that some funds were used to pay brokerage commission to individuals and entities. Magamu was arrested on May 2022 and has been appearing in court with co-accused Charlotte Ngobeni. Ngobeni will now face trial alone from the 20th of January 2025. The Hawks have welcomed the conviction, saying that it marks another step in holding those responsible for the VBS Mutual Bank collapse accountable.
Some residents of Durban, as well as holiday makers who visited the beachfront, have appealed to the eThekwini Metro Municipality to make cleanliness its priority. This after the Metro said 4 of its 23 beaches were closed due to high levels of E. coli. Last year, several of the Metro's beaches were closed due to pollution following heavy rainfall. These people say they want clean and safe beaches.
I would want to see security. I would want to see the beaches that are clean. I want to see that I can walk down the promenade here without being attacked. And we walk here on a regular basis, and the amount of vagrants that are sleeping in the bushes, there's a huge problem because
to be safe around and to feel welcome around here, because now it's our first experience, and also the environment, it must be clean.
But we've got a beautiful city and we just want to be safe, and we want everybody to be in harmony with each other.
And finally, the U.S. envoy who helped negotiate the ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah says the agreement could unlock a deal to end the fighting in Gaza. Amos Hochstein says the ceasefire in Lebanon means Hamas is now alone without allies and Israel is no longer having to fight a two-front war. He says the agreement is an improvement on the one reached in 2006.
We tried to learn the right lessons from the failure of the previous deal that was done in 2006, where the international community kind of left the scene as soon as the agreement was reached. So we were determined to change that and to have a mechanism established where we can make sure that we're watching everything that's happening on the ground. And that's the big difference here between last time and this time.
Recapping the top story, Police Minister Senzo Mchunu has attributed the escalation of incidents of extortion in the country to South Africans resorting to making quick money in an environment of high unemployment. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
And that's the news for this hour. Theft, accident and 1 million rand liability cover, all covered by our Insurance Essential. Get a quote today, SMS car to 43187.
The Market Update, Monday to Thursday, 6 to 7 p.m.
Want to stay ahead of the financial game? Join us tonight from 6 to 7 p.m. for an insightful journey through the day's market developments, financial updates, and investment news. Tune in for your daily dose of financial intelligence as we navigate the twists and turns of the financial landscape with expert insights. Only on the SAFM Market Update.
SAFM Market Update with Jimmy Muyaha.
52-year-old Sipho loves our Insurance Essential because it's low-cost insurance made for older cars. For his 2007 Hyundai Tucson, he only pays 314 Rand a month. With our Insurance Essential, accident claims are paid in cash, so you can choose the panel beater you want to use. Top this up with a motor warranty, which covers you for mechanical or electrical breakdowns. Get saving with our Insurance Essential for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 Rand. SMS car to 43187. That's car to 43187 today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
I have a very fundamental belief that you cannot give anything that you do not have. That applies for virtually every aspect of life. It doesn't exclude leadership. When I was still a young, I think I was becoming an old medical officer, and I spent quite a lot of time doing counseling, family counseling, relationship counseling as well. And I've always said to people, you can't give love unless you have it. You can't give anything you don't have. And the same with leadership. You've got to be able to lead yourself, before you can lead anyone else. Otherwise, what are you doing? If you cannot lead yourself, you'll struggle to lead somebody else. If you cannot discipline yourself, you struggle to discipline somebody else. In order to empower myself as a leader, once I've acknowledged that, in order to be able to navigate the new terrain that I was now facing, I had to make certain that I keep on going back to that dictum. Make yourself a better leader. Empower yourself with knowledge, and empower yourself with knowledgeable people around. Surround yourself with knowledgeable people around you, which is critical as well.
That is Dr. Lehau Muhuba, a former CEO and Executive Director and co-founder of Sipaku Holdings Limited. Welcome to The Talking Point. My name is Kathy Motlatlana, and can I say it is such a pleasure to be back with you on the radio. I know it's almost towards the end of the year, and how dare I give myself a break? Just when we're a month away from the festive season, I know. So many of you are so upset. I got angry text messages and, why are you not at work? I'm not at work because I just couldn't make it through the next month without taking that break. I absolutely needed it, and I'm sorry for those of you that felt disappointed in the fact that when you tuned in, I simply wasn't here. But of course, KG Moeketsi has been doing a sterling job as always, stepping in during the time that I was away. So we'll be leading the conversation on The Talking Point. As always, we'll start the show with the open line. What have I missed? What has happened since I've been gone? Okay, Phineas, the TD is looking like you haven't missed anything, Kat. That is absolutely not true, Phineas, and you know it. So much has happened since I've been away, and I must say that there were days when I had a bit of FOMO, you know, because there's an event that happens and you're just like, I wish I was going to be on radio tomorrow to talk about this. But nonetheless, so many issues that I think need to be dealt with before we can wrap up the year in earnest, and not least among them is this ongoing water crisis that the city of Johannesburg continues to face. I see now that Johannesburg Water is holding an update in Newtown and giving an update in terms of how exactly it's going to be responding to the water situation. And, you know, I often say that with electricity, not having electricity, yes, is terrible, right? It's frustrating. You become highly inconvenienced. But nothing quite impacts you like not having water, because we need water to conduct our lives, you know, from cooking, personal hygiene. The list is endless. You need water for survival. So one absolutely understands the frustration that is being expressed by residents who, number one, have no clear answers on what exactly the problem is, no clear answers of when it's going to be solved, and why they try and work their way through it. They're still not supported with actually being given water, with in terms of water tankers and anything really that could ease the situation for residents. So it's one of those to keep a close eye on. And I just wanted to say, last week, of course, we had the second annual lecture, the SFM lecture, and it was such a pleasure to meet up with so many of our listeners who took the time and the effort to come out to the Birchwood Hotel and to listen to Dr. Naledi Pandor. So I promised a shout out. So this is the shout out to everybody that was there. It was so great connecting with you. And I think that it really is one of those platforms that will continue to grow together as an SAFM community. So if you missed it this year, please diarize it for next year. I would love to have you. And it's great to see the faces of the people who tune in and to have conversations with all of you. So I thoroughly enjoyed that last week. Well, coming up on the show, it is a Thursday. So we're going to get into Municipal Watch. In fact, this is going to be the final conversation that we have with one of the people who has become a bit of a resident consultant for Municipal Watch on the show, Mielani Holeni. And we're going to be then talking about all of the conversations about reviewing and improving local government legislation and the role that plays in actually improving the overall streamlining of service delivery. And one of the things that we're going to discuss with Mielani is, you know, we've got three spheres of government, right? You've got the local, the provincial, and you also have the national. And there are pieces of legislation that do make it difficult for officials to do what they need to do, because the legislation is not necessarily streamlined. And that's one of the conversations that one of the things that we'll touch on in our conversation with Mielani. The final hour of the show, we're going to be focusing on the elections in Namibia. Yes, Namibia being the latest country in the region to host elections. Started off yesterday in Windhoek. Positive reports about how voting has been carried out. So we'll check in then with what the latest in Namibia is. Is there going to be a new government that comes into place in Namibia. Well, our guests are the ones that will weigh in on that. So, looking forward to you leading the conversation. This is your open line. It's your national roundtable. What's on your mind this morning? I invite you. It is an open table. It is the round table, the national table. Let's have the conversation as we have conversations that impact us. The number to dial, of course, for our studio line, 086 000 2032, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. I'm absolutely looking forward to hearing from you.
Ever tried to paint a wall with only your brush? Or hung a picture on just a nail and a prayer? The contestants on My Design Rules will be the first to tell you good design starts with the right tools. Tune in to My Design Rules every Sunday at 7 p.m. on SABC3 and stand a chance to win a weekend away in the winning apartment. From beginner projects to expert builds, Puco has the tools and materials you need to get the job done. Ready to kickstart your next DIY project? Begin with Puco.
Puco. If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Imagine a South Africa where every child born today and tomorrow and the next day and the next had enough love, enough food, enough safety and brain power today and tomorrow and the next day and the next. Together, we will change their future. Join us by visiting
holdmyhand.org.za. That's holdmyhand.org.za.
The SAFM Playwriting Competition is back. After receiving hundreds of entries last year from South African writers of different ages and ethnic groups sharing their stories, now the time is yours. It's your story. You decide. SAFM invites all writers to explore the medium of sound, the theater of the mind, and to create a 1-hour radio play in English. Get writing now and submit your play before the 3rd of February 2025 for a chance to win one of 3 large cash prizes. For more information, visit safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Call us on 086 000 2032. Hashtag SAFM Talking Point.
You're listening to The Talking Point. It's your national roundtable. I'm taking your calls on 086 000 2032 on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. You get to set the agenda. Let me start in Vryheid this morning. Kaya, good morning.
Good morning, Kate. Thank you very much for taking my call, my sister.
Yes, Kaya, welcome to the show. Kaya, you're a first-time caller.
Yes, I'm a first-time caller, but I used to go on radio several times in different places. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you are back. Our fiance is back now.
Oh no, please do not remind me of that, please.
Yes, my
Kaya,
sister.
what do you want to speak about?
My sister, I'm from Vryheid, under Abakulu municipal. So we have got a problem with this ESCOM electricity changes. At home, we have been in dark for 4 weeks. It's the 4th week now. We try to follow all the avenues that they say we must apply to upgrade our electricity, but up to so far, nothing had happened. I think 4 of my neighbors got the same thing. In our village, plus minus 18 homes are in dark, but we don't know what to do now because we're in dark for 4th week now. ESCOM, if you phone them, they'll say they'll come to you. If you stop the vehicle on the road, they say they don't work without any reference number. I think we are not the only one, because in the morning I was listening to Mshobo Wenen around about 4. The same another lady was having the same problem too.
So, Kaya, when did you start the process of updating your prepaid meter? Is that what you believe is at the heart of the problem?
Actually, we did try it was the beginning of last month. Since they announced that problem, we tried to do so because we've got a cultural function at home. We load a huge amount of electricity, but we keep on trying to do the thing. Now we are on dark for 40 weeks, trying to do the same thing, trying to load the numbers, but nothing had happened.
And when you call, and when you call their call center, their helpline, what is the response you get?
You can't find the right answer because they'll send you from pillar to post. They'll say they'll send someone to come and fix the problem. Try to follow that number. All these different stories. We did try because even food we have is rotten now. We don't have anything. We've been slaughtered actually because of the cattle function. Everything now is rotten.
Oh, Kaya, that is absolutely terrible.
Really. We are not alone. Maybe plus minus 18 home are in dark at Bakulusen. One in a place called Wangeneche under what 2. Councillor is Mr. Mbata.
And what is the councillor saying about this?
Actually, because of the network where he is, I can't get hold of the customer. We have got 2 problems. Network is very poor in our place. Now we are facing electricity staff. We are forced to use MTN if you're at home. We are bound to go to MTN. If you have Vodacom or Telcom, you won't be reached.
And have you tried going to the local ESCOM offices at all?
I didn't try since I left to Johannesburg, but my family did try all avenues to be there. No help they find.
Yeah, look, it is unacceptable that you have been trying to get the matter resolved, but simply no joy for 4 weeks. 4 weeks is, it's pretty much a month, Kaya.
It's a month, my sister. It's a month now.
Yeah. Okay, Kaya. Thank you for calling in, for raising that issue. If we have ESCOM officials that are listening and that want to respond, I'm more than happy to take your call. But it really is just unacceptable. This culture of not caring. At the end of the day, these are people who are customers and who are paying for a service. They're paying for the service. They're not being done a favor. ESCOM is not doing them a favor. So why is it that when it comes to customer service, there's just that lackadaisical approach? It's like, people don't answer, you must figure yourself out, not my problem, your problem. How does that work? It surely can't work like that. And Kaya, sorry about all of the food that of course you've had to get rid of as a result of some of the challenges you're facing with your electricity. I wonder how many other people are having similar problems. Paki, you're calling from Cape Town. Is it Paki or is it Paki?
Paki.
Oh, Paki. Oh, Paki.
Now, hang on, Kathy.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Now, let me take that big file of mine because I'm going to remind you of what you missed. Anyway, quickly, Kathy, you missed quite a lot, and Kaya has just touched on it about the upgrades on the meter boxes. Number 2, you missed the Stilfontein issue, where illegal miners down the ground are demanding to be given food and medication, including those that do not have the doctor's scripts. You missed the Pala issue currently at the Constitutional Court, where very interestingly, the court is now deliberating on the difference between prima facie and the sufficient evidence. And I know that you are going to take the ongoing discussions. You are going to discuss it further. And that one, my dear sister, that we all the time missed. You missed the migration of Advocate Mpofu and Mr. Shibambo into the EFF. Lastly, from my side...
Hi, Paki. I didn't miss that one.
You missed it. You missed it.
It was only 2 weeks. It wasn't that long.
Yes, welcome back, my dear sister. We missed you. I missed you. We missed you. South Africa missed you. All listeners missed you. I want to believe. And let's continue with the discussion where Khumutso Mwekezi, a.k.a. KG, has left. Kathy,
by the way,
yes.
that was an excellent roundup, right, of some of the big, headline stories over the last 2 weeks. I think you hit the nail right on the head, Paki.
Thank you. That's why I said.
Sounds like you should be in a newsroom somewhere, eh?
No. My line is in the legal fraternity. But anyway, I understand what you are saying. That's why I said they must bring me that big file of mine. And I've sat down. I'm reminding you of what you missed. Kathy,
all right,
I know that there are other callers waiting to be taken by you. Thank you very much,
Thank
my
you
dear
for that
sister.
lovely call. Thank you. I have been fascinated by this debate around what should happen with the miners that are underground in Stilfontein. Are they trapped? Are they not trapped? That still remains a big question mark around descriptions. I see a lot of our colleagues and different media houses have been grappling with how to define it exactly, So some are saying trapped in inverted commas. Some are just writing creatively around that. And really, what should happen? What should happen with those miners underground? Should they be given supplies? If you're listening to Sunrise, or rather to the Morning Brief, not Sunrise, to the Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane, you would have heard the Human Rights Watch, and no, is it Human Rights? Lawyers for Human Rights, apologies. Lawyers for Human Rights and their plan to go back to court over the issue of those miners being given supplies so that they're able to sustain themselves underground. So it absolutely has been a fascinating debate. Anonymous. And I'm glad I wasn't here in the height of it. I don't want to lie. Anonymous, you're in Moy River. Good morning.
Morning, I was Katie. How are you?
I'm well. Welcome to the show, Anonymous. You also
Thank
sound like
you.
you're a first-time caller.
I am.
Well, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show.
And also yourself, welcome back. We
Thank
miss you.
Thank you, Anonymous. What do you want to
Yes.
talk about?
I also have a complaint about this ESCOM upgrade thing. It's so frustrating us, Katie. These guys are extremely rude, and they have this sense of we don't owe you any explanation. So, Mina, on Tuesday, I was in town. I came back. These guys have trespassed my yard. My daughter was here. They're fiddling with my meter. And then, mind you, as Katie, they had already came and corrected the meter. Yeah? Now, so I asked the guy, what's going on? Why are you fiddling with my meter? And how did you come in? Because my daughter says she didn't let you in. The guy says, no, we're here to remove your meter, to take out your meter. I'm asking him, but how come? Where are you taking my meter to? He says he's taking it out to the street. I say, but why? He says, I don't owe you any explanation. I say, but this is my meter. He says, no, this is the municipality. This meter belongs to the municipality. Now, as Katie, I would like to know if it's ESCOM, because my meter has been corrected. I'm buying electricity now. You understand? I've upgraded, as Katie. So I would like to know if it's ESCOM's mandate that, because I asked the guy, why are you singling me out? Why am I being targeted? Is it because I'm a woman? I live with just these girls, young girls, my kids. Is it because I'm a single mother? I just want to know why in this area is my meter only has been removed from my house. That's the thing, and I'm very frustrated. I'll take it.
And
very
Anonymous, you're sure he's from ESCOM?
Yes, I think so. He was with this guy from the municipality, Pofana municipality. I'm not sure 100%, but he was with the guy. I know the other guy.
And they came, was your meter box inside your house?
Yeah, not inside, in the yard.
Okay, it was in the yard. Okay.
Yes.
But the point is that they got into the yard and then they started removing it.
Exactly. Lucky, that time, I'm just getting off a taxi because I was in town. My daughter was here alone. And then my daughter's gate is closed because I left with the key. And then there's a space, at my gate. It's not fixed properly. So there's a space where you can squeeze through. So he came in through that space and went straight and was very disrespectful and rude to my daughter because we kept demanding the explanation, what's going on, because we were so confused. Because they had already came, these people, and we are buying electricity.
Yeah, Anonymous, that sounds very, very strange. And again,
it's very
when it comes to communication, when organizations don't communicate clearly enough, it creates room for confusion, and the effect of that is part of what you now see happen. Anonymous, I'm glad that there was nothing serious more than the meter being taken happening. But we also know of people, right, that go around in communities claiming to be representatives of institutions that are water service providers, electricity, and they commit crimes. They'll say, I'm from Eskom, but they know they're not from Eskom. They just want to gain entry into your property. So that is incredibly concerning. And I imagine you didn't have a chance to get a name or even an ID form in terms of, the organization that he said he was from?
When a municipality works at that department, so I know the other guy. He was with the other guy, but that other guy came after this one. I found this one alone, fiddling with my meter. And I asked, what the hell? And I was scared if it's because the meter previously had been tampered with. So I'm not the only one. I was scared. It's an open secret. Almost half of the people here in South Africa and in my area, for that matter, have tampered with the meter. You know what I mean? But my meter was corrected.
What's tampering?
And I'm buying power now.
What's tampering?
So
were you bridging electricity, Anonymous?
I came here, not me personally, but I came here, the people who lived here before me. So I found the meter. Like, I don't even know where you touch.
Okay.
I don't know how to feed the meter.
Okay.
But
okay, Anonymous.
Corrected.
Let me go to news.
Good morning. In the headlines, Johannesburg Water is briefing the media on the water crisis in the city. Johannesburg is facing a severe water crisis. The water utility has attributed it to ongoing drought conditions, high levels of non-payment for water use, illegal connections and infrastructure problems. Police Minister Senzo Mchunu has attributed the escalation of incidents of extortion in the country to South Africans resorting to making quick money in an environment of high unemployment. And the Free State Acting Premier Jabu Mbalula says men should get actively involved in seeking solutions to gender-based violence. The province has seen a spike in incidents of gender-based violence, which include murders, assault and kidnapping. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
SMS SAFM now on 41391. Kathy Mosasana on SAFM.
Good morning, Katie, and your producer and all the listeners of SAFM. Katie, welcome back, Sisi. I was real miss you, girl. Also, I like to thank for KG, because KG also was doing a great job. Thank you, KG. Katie, I like to say this today. I learned a lot for law. Actually, when I was growing up, I didn't know that the law is a good career that maybe I can take after grade 12. You see, Advocate Nugaitobi is encouraging me like serious, that guy. That guy is very strong and I learn a lot. That guy, he knows very well about the law. So is the thing that I want to say, like serious, that guy is encouraging me. If the age I was still young, I can take the law because of that guy. Like seriously, that guy is very strong. Very, very, very strong. See ya from Cape Town. Thank you.
Good morning, Kathy. Welcome back. And thank you very much for allowing me to take a picture with you at the SAFM annual lecture at Birchwood Hotel. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, Peter. Maila Machaba from Letswatla.
Hi, good morning, Kathy. How are you, Mafuta? Welcome back, Kathy. Kathy, I'm concerned about the situation in Stilfontein. That story, Kathy, is not going away. Kathy, I think it's better for South Africans to support these NGOs because we are not sure who is behind these illegal operations. It could be syndicates of people in government. It could be big mining houses. It could be private millionaires, Kathy. We don't know. But here is the case, Kathy, that I want people to know that the issue of illegal migration is not about individuals who come illegally, but it's fueled by capitalists, by big businesses, in farming areas, in companies, in mining areas. Capitalist, Kathy, or capitalism, Kathy, is about reducing cost as far as possible. That's what influences illegal migration, Kathy, not individuals.
Good morning, Katie and your team. It's Jeremiah here in Humersdorp. Just wanted to know about this buzzer shop and paperwork, registration, all that stuff. As they are busy with the registration, the owner of the house will not be affected when it comes to the tax paying. Almost this buzzer shop now, they are going to use the residential address of the owner. I just wanted to know that, please. Thank you.
All right, thanks for those WhatsApp voice notes. Let's continue taking your calls on the open line. Ziad, you are in Polokwane. Good morning, Ziad.
Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning. What do you want to talk about this morning?
Yes, I just want to talk about, I heard they say that this Mexican guy, I don't know, he was found with some drugs, etc. So, you know what, Kathy, like to me, it's heartbreaking because, and one thing I wish I wanted to find out, because I don't know if maybe once in a month we can get some officials here on the radio station so that whatever we say, it has to go into someone's ears and it must penetrate and it mustn't just be us talking, but nothing happening. Because, I mean, this country, there's nothing changing. Look at it, there's nothing wrong with the country. Yeah, outside, the oranges are growing, the peaches, it's summertime, everything is fine. The problem is with the people of the country. So I don't know, maybe it's because they're irreligious or what, because now there's more taverns and there's more potty stores in the churches. So I don't know. I remember the time when you used to grow up, there was a religious at school. So, you know, the important thing is the heart. Because the people who are breaking the country is the officials. All this thing, I'm sure, is starting in the border, at the airport, and there's lots of corruption. The police also, I don't know, maybe they must increase their salary or maybe they must get a big salary. Then the doctors also, maybe they are going to do the right things. But the country is messed up. You know, seeing the boys smoking this thing, crystal, etc., their future is completely destroyed. So I don't know, I don't know, Kathy, but I think maybe we need to get some officials, the people, so that when we speak, they can take our voice and then see what they can do with it.
You know, Ziad, I think that the elephant in the room when it comes to this issue of illegal mining is a point that has been made, I see, in the Business Day this morning by the Sibanye-Stillwater CEO, Neil Froneman. And that is really about the people behind the syndicates that lead to zama-zamas and whatever they're doing underground. Because the focus is on these individuals. But the reality is that there are people sitting in boardrooms, in air-conditioned offices, that are benefiting hugely from the trade of gold that these illegal miners are digging up. And that seems to be the conversation we don't want to have. Because until we shine the spotlight on where exactly the proceeds of this gold ends up, then we're not true, or we're not honest, rather, about actually dealing with the problem. Because you can arrest 100 Zamazamas today. There'll be 100 of them replacing those you arrested tomorrow.
Yes. So
It's not dealing with the real issue. Okay. All right, Ziad. Thanks for the call. Ziad out in Polokwane. Bongani, you are in Dobsonville. Good morning. You also have issues with electricity.
Yes, good morning, Kathy and the SAFM listeners. I'm the first caller on the radio station.
Welcome to the show, Bongani. Geesh, so many first-time callers this morning.
Yes,
I love it. Love it. And as you can tell, Phineas has been on the money because he's also giving you rounds of applause, as it should be. Welcome, Bongani.
Thank you so much. Kathy, we've got some concern here in Dobsonville. We haven't had electricity from April. And yes, each time we are told of feedback, every time feedback, the councillor Mjali will be doing this, so and so will be doing. But the fact we haven't had electricity ever since then. Two months back or so, some people came and removed some meters here, and they were saying they will be coming to fix all these things. We haven't heard much from them. Now there's this thing of upgrading your meters. What do we upgrade? What is it that we have to do here in Dobsonville? It's quite some time, really. It's frustrating. It's very expensive. We buy petrol for what? We fill up the gas cylinders. We buy petrol for generators. It is really stressing.
Okay, Bongani, you've raised a number of issues. So let's firstly start with the issue of the meters themselves. When it comes to the meters, do you currently have an electricity meter that is working?
No, we are lighting a generator here. It has been removed about 2 minutes back. We haven't had electricity since April. And then we've been told people are going to ESCOM, people are coming tomorrow, they're going to come to fix up the electricity and all that. And then lastly, we heard that, no, we must first have load shedding before they can fix our area. We really are confused.
And I imagine it's not the whole of Dobsonville, but maybe just a part of Dobsonville?
Yes, it's part of Dobsonville, from Kopanong going up to the so-called Pepperton Street. Kopanong is on the main street in Dobsonville. All those areas going up to Pepperton Street, they haven't had electricity.
Okay, but you do have new meters?
No, they took those meters and we were hoping they'll be replacing them and fixing up everything.
Oh, I see.
Nothing
Okay, I see.
happened.
Part of the issue is that you don't even have meters as we speak.
Yes.
So you have
And
no
now
way of buying electricity.
we don't know what to do. And there's this meter renewal thing. We just left in the middle of nowhere.
And so
we are told of the councillor. We are told there's a councillor in Dobsonville who's called Mjali. And he goes to where he goes to ESCOM. He comes and tells people, now we're waiting for the feedback. We've been getting that sort of feedback, I think, more than 5 times.
And Bongani, your area isn't one of those that has been affected by community members chasing officials away?
No.
Okay.
No. Actually, here, there was a time whereby some people came around and said they were looking for the key of the box. I don't know, this big box. They couldn't find it, and then they said they were coming tomorrow. People here actually are being helpful to those people. Because when those people came here, there were people who say, hey, we want to protect these people to sort out our things. They since gone. I think they came around June.
Yeah.
We haven't heard a thing from them.
Sure,
And
okay.
there's a councillor called Mjali. We don't know what is he doing.
Yeah. Look, I think, Bongani, what we do need to do is that we need to have a focused conversation on the issue of electricity, to help you as our listeners and help many others out there with some of the challenges that they've been experiencing. So yet another experience of just what is happening with the electricity situation. Bongani out in Dobsonville. Ngonde, you're in Cape Town. Good morning.
Kathy.
Yes.
Yes, I know that you are out on compassionate grounds because we've got twins. So with the powers vested in me, I granted you leave and you are welcome back.
Thank you, Ngonde. How very generous of you.
I want to talk about the Herod case, Al Fayed in London. It's got lots of departmental stores called Harrods, whatever, And
they're very famous, no? They're very famous. Many people aspire to go to Harrods and buy some of the items in those department stores.
Yes.
Yes.
Apparently, it is alleged, it is now late, of course, I think last year, it is alleged by someone about 9 years ago that he allegedly raped them or sexually molested them. So, I once read a book that says no debt remains unpaid forever, right? It does not have to sound in money terms, right? So, although he must be resting in eternal peace, wherever he is, I think those women need good lawyers, right? I would have recommended, that judge that was responsible for Simelane, and Seth Cooper as a motivating factor, right? Those women need to clean up his estate, whatever is got left there, right? And make sure that the emotional trauma that he suffered, at least, it is addressed properly.
It is frightening, Ngonde, to see the number of women that are coming forward and the stories that. Can you hear me now? All right, it looks like Ngonde's connection there isn't great, but I'm going to say it is quite frightening to see the stories and the number of women that are coming forward, right? You have at least 90 victims that have been identified as we speak, and they're accusing him of rape, of abuse. That final figure could well be over 100 women. And you just think, how is this even possible? But so much happens, and this culture of silence around abuse is what actually empowers perpetrators to continue doing what they're doing, because they thrive off of the silence. They thrive off of the fact that society does not believe women, by and large, when they come forward with stories of what has happened to them. Of course, it still all matters under investigation, and these are allegations that are being made against Mohammed Al Fayed, and he of course passed away last year. But it's absolutely devastating hearing some of the experiences that these women claim to have had. All right, we'll take a quick break. I'm back with more of your news.
Whatever your need for a personal loan, choose a bank that's best for your loans. Nedbank offers loans of up to 400,000 Rand at the best possible interest rate. And there's more. Open a My Goals Plus or My Goals Premium account, and you could enjoy 200 Rand cashback every month for the duration of your loan term. That's up to 14,400 Rand cashback. Visit nedbank.co.za to apply for your tailored personal loan. See money differently. Nedbank. We are a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
It will be a hot affair between the Proteas and the English this summer. Who are the real queens of T20 cricket? Protea Fire meets England at Willowmore Park. What a summer without cricket! This is the third and final Women's T20 international match, where summer cricket comes alive. South Africa versus England on Saturday 30 November at 6 p.m. live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and reports on various SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus, proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
For 30 years, we've stood together, advancing collective action to end violence against women and children. But the fight is far from over. Your voice matters. Every action counts. From educating our communities to supporting survivors, it's time to unite and create a future free from fear. Join SAFM for 16 days of activism. Together we can make a difference. Together we can end the violence. Because 30 years of progress means we cannot stop now. Let's advance the fight. Stand up, speak out, take action. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
The cost of living crisis is real. Here's what one OUTsurance client did about it.
I'm Amy. I'm 26 from Kenilworth. When I got my 2022 Ford EcoSport, the immediate thought was to buy an OUTsurance, and I pay only 819 Rand per month. No insurers were able to beat or match the premium that I'm currently paying.
Want a car insurance premium that will blow your mind? SMS out to 30754 now. That's out to 30754. OUTsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
After a one-all draw in 2019, the Reggae Girls and Banyana Banyana are back on the battleground to test each other's strengths. Dr. Ellis and her girls target victory as they gear up for the WAFCON 2025. But the Jamaicans want to dance to reggae music with joy when the ref blows the final whistle. This is the International Friendly. Catch the queens of the beautiful game. African champions, South Africa versus Jamaica. This Friday, 29 November at 1:30 a.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC 1. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
You're listening to The Talking Point. It's still your open line. I'm taking your calls on 086 000 2032. It's your national round table. On the WhatsApp voice note line, send those WhatsApp voice notes and text messages on 0614 104 107. Happy, you're calling us from Centurion. Good morning.
How are you, Kevin?
Good.
I'm good. Welcome back, man.
Thank you, Happy. What do you want to talk about this morning?
I want to talk about the issue of my kids. My kids were supposed to be in grade 9 last year. Then we went to a school. This issue, the school, the Zulu school where she was supposed to be. Then we didn't get the speech, and then for the rest of the year, we didn't go to school. The whole of this year, he was not going to school. Then they promised me that I would get a space next year, or I supposed to go to the Department of Education. Then I went to the Department of Education, and then they said they can't help me. There's nothing that they can do. Even now, when I go back to the school, they said they cannot promise me a space next year unless I go back to the Department of Education. And the Department of Education is not helping me at all. I don't know what to do. Just because it seems like my kid is going to stay for another year at home without going to school.
Okay, Happy, where is your child? In which part of the country?
In Pretoria.
Okay, so the child is with you in Pretoria.
Yes.
What is the issue around language?
He's supposed to go in Zulu. It's a Zulu school where he's supposed to go to.
Okay, is it a Zulu first language school, Zulu second language?
A Zulu first language school.
Okay, and he was at a Zulu first language school before?
Yeah, before he was attending school in Joburg. Then he was staying with his mother on that side. And then he complained about the abuses of just because he's a stepfather. He complained that the stepfather is abusing him on all those things. Then he said he cannot stay on that other side anymore because of the situation. Then it's when I took him with me, then I tried to get a school. From last year, September, I was trying to get a school for him. Then it didn't materialize, and then he stayed the whole year of this year, was not attending school.
Had you identified a school that's close to you in Pretoria that offers Zulu as a first language?
Yes, I identified the school.
And what was the problem? They just said that they didn't have space.
The principal said they cannot admit a child unless if the Department of Education give me a letter so that they can admit him.
Is this with regard to the transfer papers? Did you have all the transfer documents in order, Lucky?
Yes, I have everything in order.
it doesn't make sense to me.
Really, even to me, it doesn't make sense, just because the principal said he can admit the school provided if he's been given and been told by the department to admit the child. I don't know how and why.
And you went to the district office of the Department of Education.
I went there and then they called the school. They said the school said they don't have a speech.
Sure. And they couldn't refer you to another school?
No, not at all. The civil department, they just said they don't have any speech then. I must try next year, meaning the following year, the way coming.
Did you try to find another school?
I tried. The only thing that I had is just a promise. They just said they will see next year. Then I'm afraid if next year the very same thing happened again.
No, but Happy, you shouldn't sit on something like this for the entire year, hey?
I've been going up and down trying, but then that's why my last resort is to call to the radio station, just because I've been going up and down trying everything and then nothing.
Okay, all right. We'll have to try and see if we can't get you in touch with Steve Mabona, because this is quite a peculiar case. I wonder if there are other reasons for why it is that you have been unsuccessful in trying to find a place for your child. But, you can't have a grade 9 learner at home for an entire year. There's just no way that makes sense. There surely should be some kind of plan that would have been made for their child to be able to go to school. So we'll follow up on that one. Sean, you're in Mthatha. Good morning.
Morning, Kate. How are you doing?
Good, Sean. Thank you.
Just a disturbing issue from Phala.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, I'm listening to you.
Yeah. I've been listening on the radio, and many people is singing praises of our dear senior counsel Mukai Tobe, of which is good. But in summary, I think the point is trying to make to us as South Africans is to say the National Assembly can appoint a retired constitutional judge to head a committee to interrogate an issue of national importance and interest. And because we asked you, Judge, and your committee panel to look at apples, but you bring us pears, we can't look at the pears you brought us. And I fail to understand why you would be pushing that argument. They might not have come with sufficient evidence and confirmed directly there's a case here. But they came to say here's enough for us to have identified possible crime, and it must be explored. It must be attended to. The state can go to that extent. The ANC can go to that extent because their defense is baseless. It's clear a political decision was taken. So let us disregard the constitutionality here. Let us disregard the credibility of the retired constitutional judge. Let us disregard the fact that they have identified possible crime. No, you are not supposed to look for possible crime. You are supposed to look for crime. I can't accept that argument.
Yeah, Sean, the Phala saga, I think for me in many ways continues to highlight the questions and the gaps in accountability in our country, regardless of sort of which sphere of governance you're looking at. Because at the end of the day, with all of these processes that have been undertaken, including the work of Parliament, we are no clearer about how it is that those dollars ended up in the president's sofa. We don't know. And it seems like we may never know.
Exactly the concern here. Exactly the concern. We would love to know and we'd want to know, but the authority that was supposed to let us know is now denying us that right to know because they took a political decision. And they're going to the extent of defending it so strongly that they can go to the Constitutional Court to defend it.
I think that, Sean, this is absolutely going to be one of those conversations that will probably outlive the presidency of Cyril Ramaphosa. Because you know the difficulty, Sean, is that what it says is that there has been this incident of an individual found with this foreign currency, and apparently nothing is wrong. But you and I both know that if we were found in that position, there would not be nothing wrong. And so we have to find a way of correcting that. We have to find a way of being clear about what that accountability process looks like.
And this is the final point, Katie. Hence, I fail to understand why an officer of the court, officer of law, can decide, I will take a political stance and view against crime because the accused is of the status. And I've got a serious difficulty with that from senior counsel.
Okay, Sean Artinum Tata, let's leave it there. Yeah, that judgment by the Constitutional Court is going to be very interesting. I don't see a unanimous decision. That's just my view on this one. All right, time for your 10 o'clock news.
In our top stories, an update on the water situation in Johannesburg and vote counting underway in Namibia amid a high voter turnout. Good morning. The Johannesburg water officials say several challenges in the water system have led to water cuts in some areas and have affected pressure in others. They say they are seeking to work on improving the provision of water. The challenges include illegal connections and aging infrastructure. It has sparked widespread protests from communities that have been without water for several days. Johannesburg Water's Managing Director Nchabeni Mkwebu briefed the media on the interventions.
With the current challenges of supply and demand not balancing, we will always now and then find ourselves having challenges simply because we'll find that the upstream reservoir is not at the level that we can be able to get the necessary volume getting into the commando system. But in the short term, there are interventions that we're doing so that we can be able to get those necessary volume that we require to commando system. But moreover, we are going to share with you the sustainable solution for that system, which is the issue of making sure that we complete all the necessary bulk infrastructure projects that we are doing, which are going really to make sure that that system performs like any other system.
Meanwhile, civil society group WaterCan has called upon government to urgently address the crisis. This after scores of residents in Westbury, Coronationville and surrounding areas embarked on a protest yesterday over daily water cuts for the past 5 years. Several roads were blocked off as a result of the protest. WaterCan Executive Manager Pharrell Adams says the cause of the frequent water outages is aging infrastructure.
I think that the leaks, the aging pipelines, and the fact that half of our reservoirs in the city of Joburg are leaking. And I think that needs to be given the urgency. Our national government needs to make sure that funding is ring-fenced to fix that infrastructure. We know the municipalities are not going to do that. We know that the municipalities are bleeding dry, but money needs to be ring-fenced for water and sanitation. It just cannot go on like this.
Police Minister Senzo Mchunu has attributed the escalation of incidents of extortion in the country to South Africans resorting to making quick money in an environment of high unemployment. Mchunu and his team presented the latest crime statistics from July to September this year to Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Police yesterday. Mchunu, who dealt with tough questions from committee members, said they've discussed how to convince South Africans that police were committed to fighting crime, especially extortion.
For fighting crime in the context of South Africa, real South Africa. Now, when the country is such that at the moment many people are finding it difficult to earn a living in a lawful manner, they are going to resort to this and that.
The Free State Acting Premier Jabu Mbalula says men should get actively involved in seeking solutions to gender-based violence. The province has seen a spike in incidents of gender-based violence, which include murders, assault and kidnapping. Mbalula says men should also take the lead in promoting positive masculinity. He led a men's march in Bloemfontein yesterday as the country marks 16 days of activism of no violence against women and children.
This one is different because you'll remember that during the opening of Parliament, just after elections, Premier Makwin Letsoro Matai committed to the Free Staters that this time around we want to see men in the forefront of this fight against non-violence against women and children. So this is a reflection of that call. I'm sure you have seen that the majority of attendees is males. Supported by women, we really took a different approach.
And finally, the Electoral Commission of Namibia says it's overwhelmed by the high number of people who turned out to vote yesterday. The Commission had to make arrangements to allow voters who were at polling stations to cast their ballots after 9 o'clock last night. Sophie Mukwena reports from Windhoek.
The long queues in some voting stations were experienced in Windhoek. Challenges of shortage of ballot papers in some polling stations also contributed to delays. The Commission issued a statement allowing those in the queues to be processed. Counting has started in some polling stations and results are expected to trickle in this morning.
Recapping the top story, the Johannesburg water officials say several challenges in the water system have led to water cuts in some areas and have affected pressure in others. They say they are seeking to work on improving the provision of water. For SFM News, I am Anne Musa.
It will be a hot affair between the Proteas and the English this summer. Who are the real queens of T20 cricket? Protea Fire meets England at Willamore Park. What a summer without cricket. This is the third and final Women's T20 international match where summer cricket comes alive. South Africa versus England on Saturday 30 November at 6 p.m. live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and reports on various SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Mzansi, harmful behaviors that lead to gender-based violence and femicide must be unlearned and replaced with positive and respectful actions. Positive actions begin at home with little things: how we speak, how we act, and how we handle conflict. It's about understanding that respect is a non-negotiable right for everyone. We can break the cycle of gender-based violence and femicide, and we must start now. I am Thulasizwe Simelane, Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I encourage every South African to join in the fight to end gender-based violence beyond the 16 days of activism campaign. A gender-based violence and femicide-free South Africa is possible.
For 30 years, we've stood together, advancing collective action to end violence against women and children. But the fight is far from over. Your voice matters. Every action counts. From educating our communities to supporting survivors, it's time to unite and create a future free from fear. Join SAFM for 16 days of activism. Together we can make a difference. Together we can end the violence. Because 30 years of progress means we cannot stop now. Let's advance the fight. Stand up, speak out, take action. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
You're listening to The Talking Point. Welcome to the second hour of the show as we lead conversations that move us. Coming up in this hour is Municipal Watch, and we're going to be in conversation with our local governance consultant, Simelane Holeni, for a last time this year. And of course, we're going to be looking at reviewing and improving local government legislation in particular, so that we have different outcomes to what we see currently. You can expect that conversation throughout the hour. Before we get into it, your WhatsApp voice notes, lots of different things that you have touched on. Thank you, especially for all of the new callers that called in, and we've noted some of the issues that we need to follow up on for you on the show. Here's some of your WhatsApp voice notes before we get into Municipal Watch.
Good morning, Bishop Makwana from Leboa Zone F. What Phineas is not telling you, Kathy, is that you missed that the leaders of SADC and SADC itself went to Zimbabwe to sit on a round table to drink tea and start discussing their criminal network and how they are going to oppress, prejudice, and how they are going to go about it, and where it will be able for them, if they were to be an uprising in their country, they will find safe haven in each other's countries. That's what they went there for, to celebrate their criminalities, how to oppress and deliberately steal our resources, because there was nothing that they did. Mozambique's uprising is at war, but they're doing nothing.
Kathy, I'm going to emphasize this. There are millions of children who just passed matric 3 years, 5 years ago, and they are sitting at home, millions. And government they are not trying to create jobs for South African children. Why can't they employ them as environmental health inspectors, immigration officers, border officers? They can take thousands of these children to do this. They are just people in parliament. They are just looking after themselves. They are getting plane tickets for free. They are getting water for free. That money can be used to create jobs. These people are working. Why can't they buy themselves airplane tickets and buy themselves water and food in parliament? They are working.
Hello, good morning, Kathy. Welcome back. It's Nora in Heidelberg. Kathy, you missed KG putting Mike in his place. Doomsday Mike, I call him. Always the pessimist. She put him in his place. I mean, Mike will have you slitting your wrist in a corner. There's so much negativity about the country, but KG put him in his place. And the illegal miners, the latest, they tried to come out in the middle of the night thinking the police were not there, but the police were waiting for them. So they ran back underground, but they managed to get out the letters to their girlfriends. So the illegal miners are fine. Are the lawyers saying they must bring food down there so they could continue staying there? I don't understand. Thank you, Kathy. Bye-bye.
Morning, Sis Kathy, and welcome back. We missed you. This is Swakai from Bloemfontein. I would just like to encourage our grade 12 pupils who are writing their final examination paper today to refrain from pens down parties and then prepare for next year. If there are others who are going to higher institutions, and just gather the energy for next year to continue studying. And I wish they can finish their courses on a time frame that it is provided for the course. They shouldn't take it longer than it is required. Congratulations to the ones who passed in advance, and the ones who didn't do well, there's a second chance whereby they can rewrite their matric. Thank you, Sis Kathy.
Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Well, let's get into our Municipal Watch conversation for this hour. Simelane Holeni, welcome to the show. Good morning. Great to have you with us this morning.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to us. Welcome. I'm welcoming you to our Christmas party. because you did mention that this is the final show for the year. So thank you for having me.
No, it's the final show with you, not the final show. It's not. It's definitely not the
yes,
final
it's our
municipal
Christmas
watch.
party for local government.
Yes.
This is local government Christmas party.
We know that you're going to be going on your break in December, Mielani.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for having me, Kathy.
So one of the things that we wanted to speak about as we round off the year, and I don't know about you, Mielani, but are we in... It's a bit of a rhetorical question because I know the answer, but perhaps in asking it, I'm hoping to create opportunity for you to share with us if there are signs of progress, right? But do we end off this year with a better sense of what we need to do in order to improve the state of local government? And I'm not talking here in just sort of big, broad terms, but are there specific things that we can point to that have been done as interventions responding to the state of local government?
Yeah, I think it's a loaded question, but I think we'll break it down perhaps in this manner. What I think we have come to the realization of, particularly in this year, is that we cannot afford to have local government carry on along the same trajectory as it has been driving itself at. And in fact, we have seen that the efforts to make local government work have been slowed down severely, have been met with a number of problems, which may be political, may be administrative, may be legislative, as well as financial. And now taking it into, if I may say, people, broadly the people with regards to those who are internal and out external. So I think we have come to that 360-degree full circle realization that in this fashion and in this manner, local government will not be able to take the people of South Africa to any greater height if it's left to operate in this fashion. One, we see the issue of instability. Two, we see the issue of unhappiness with regards to service delivery. Three, we also see the financial deficiency or financial management deficiencies that are within the space, and of course the flight of skills which are leaving local government. So I want to believe, and I want to at least posit that this is the full realization that into next year a lot has to be done and a lot has to change to drive local government in a different trajectory.
When we look at the future of local government, a lot of emphasis has been placed on the district development model. And at the heart of it really is an effort to try and streamline the services and policy implementations across all spheres of government. Let's speak about the ways in which local government is sometimes inhibited from actually fully carrying out its mandate because of legislation that perhaps is not always synchronized. So you find that what a piece of legislation says for national government and what it says for local government then ends up conflicting, and officials then don't end up doing anything more than what they could.
So I think if we go into, and I just want to rewind and premise the answer on the local government white paper of 1998, which was the definition or the creation of what local government is supposed to look like, as opposed to what it looks like today. And it was crafting how local government was supposed to work as opposed to what we currently are seeing. So the issue, for instance, of the economy or how the economic side of things was supposed to be operating is that local government was supposed to be driving to a great extent the economic growth, economic development, driving economic issues on the ground. So, however, what we've ended up with is a position where at a national level, and of course with a good reason, that National Treasury at that stage would take up the mantle of how the economy is shaped and how the economy is supposed to perform and how the economy is supposed to deliver. But the only aspect is that it's at a policy level and not necessarily at an implementation level. What was designed for local government was the fact that the economic policy must be implemented at local government, activity must be implemented within there. So what we end up having from a legislative point of view, or before we even get to the legislation, we ended up at some stage with perhaps it was the fourth administration, which created the Department of Economic Development, which was now to single out the issue of how we drive economic growth, because it is central to how government, it's central to how business, it's central to how the citizen on the street is going to at least feel the progress or otherwise. So the issue that we are sitting with now is the economic policy and the economic implementation of such policy, and the activity is supposed and is sitting with the local government, but you are not seeing the kind of investment that is going into the likes of the DTIC, the likes of a National Treasury. So this one is in terms of more where the policy sits. It's owned at a national level and cascades, and it's supposed to be cascading to the provincial level. But at the municipal level, you don't have a strong implementation focused, or at least an interpretation of the same policy in how it's going to be implemented. And I think that for me would be the genesis of the problems that we are facing with regards to unemployment, because we can't sit in the union buildings and determine how employment should be, and we don't put the resources at a local level to stimulate the same economies, to invite or to at least attract investment into the area, to give incentives that are specifics. So local government today is not able to give incentives except through the national tax legislation that we have in place. So I think that would be one key point where national, provincial means very well in terms of what they put down as policy, but on the ground it's not translating. And in fact, there is not a strong emphasis with regards to how the economic development departments in municipalities are structured and are resourced. And in fact, we've always said and we've remarked that they're one of the poorly resourced departments if they are supposed to achieve such a big and lofty economic growth.
On the issue of resources, Simelane, one of the things that we see, and I do think that this is an aspect of what is happening around governance that perhaps we don't highlight enough. Let's take, for example, a case that is very well known, Hammanskraal, and what happened in Hammanskraal with the issue of water and the need then to have improvements made to the Rooival water treatment plant. One of the challenges when it comes to actually fixing the problem that will result in residents getting clean water has been where the resources should come from. The municipality will say, well, part of this cost is actually not our cost. It's should be carried by the provincial government. The provincial government will say, no, but that's not fully our cost. National should carry this. What creates that confusion? Because one would think that there should be very clear ways of identifying and knowing where the resourcing for some of these projects that could make a very big difference in the lives of the people within certain communities that have faced challenges. But this confusion, why does it exist in the first place?
So we go back to the powers and functions of how each one of the organs of state or the spheres of a state are structured. And I think if you now go in and we take the example of water affairs, at one stage we had Department of Water Affairs and Forestry. Okay, for forestry may have now been moved perhaps to the agricultural side. You will see that, the crafting of each one of these particular departments and to mirror those departments down to the province and to mirror it down to the municipalities is not a linear type of operation, if I may put it like that. At a national level, of course, the Department of Water Affairs and Sanitation, as it is now, will deal with the bigger issues of, the dams and making sure that, there's adequate, resources for partnerships, even with other countries, like we have the partnership with Lesotho, the MOU, and so on and so forth. But you cascade the same function into each one of the provinces and we trace it. In Gauteng, I cannot point to you which particular department would be dealing with water issues. In Limpopo, perhaps it's a bit more clearer. You go to the Eastern Cape, you would have to look at, where that function is buried. So the point I'm making, if you then go down to municipalities, you will then find some of the functions at a district level. And you go to other municipalities or locals, which perhaps show a bit more strength. And certainly at the metro level, you will be able to trace where the provision of water as a function would reside. So the point I'm making is that firstly, on the powers and functions, the definition of those powers and functions and the cascading of the powers and functions perhaps is where the issue has in a way been missed out, or they have missed, the fact that when translating each one of those powers and functions, there should be some kind of an integrated approach, a linear approach, and to be able to trace it right down to the ground. So today, if you want to trace expenditure on water, and you pick up the budget from the water affairs and the grants and all of those great things, you go to province, you'll find that there is expression within there. And as soon as you get to the local level, it starts, to lose, or you're not able to trace it properly. It may go into the MIG, or it can become a different, grant. So what government has not done, and which I would say is remiss and it's causing a huge impact, is to translate each and every one of the services to the point where the issue of spheres of government should not have become even an issue. But we have made it an issue because in this province it's done in this way, in the other province it's done in a particular way. Therefore, in this case, these districts have are water service authorities, the other ones, are not, and then the locals, can be water services authorities, others can be water services providers. So I think what we have in a situation is, I will use the word because I don't have a better English word, maybe the lethargy in terms of, the policymakers and the crafters, of government to be able to translate it into something that is meaningful and to show a glaring gap that policy should be a centralized function. Policy, yes, will be implemented by particular functions or departments and so on. But if policy is done and created in isolation and is centralized to a particular function, there is no linkage in terms of how government, starts to work. So it creates a bit of a schizophrenic way of how this department defines their policy, goes and secures money from the National Treasury, and how they distribute that money is entirely up to them. How each province interprets it is entirely up to them. So I think we still have a lot of work, even at the provincial and national level, to harmonize the working of the spheres of government. You can take health, you can take education. We have similar problems where we are building fiefdoms or a hegemony of some sort, to kind of, keep the other sphere out of this particular operation. Whereas government, as we've always said on this show, government is one government, regardless of which department or which organ of state you are interacting with.
We're in conversation with Simelane Holeni. He is Chief Group Advisor at Ndiso Consulting. We're looking, of course, at the issue of reviewing and also improving local government legislation. But it's not just centralized to local government, because sometimes there are things that local government simply cannot do because it is hamstrung by provinces, it is hamstrung by national government. How do we begin to bring in that harmony, as Simelane has described it? It's time for your latest news headlines. We'll continue with the conversation after this.
Thank you, Kathy. The news headlines. I am Onde Lambana, and a very good morning. Johannesburg Water has announced its intention to increase water restrictions to some high-demand areas in a bid to quell the ongoing water crisis. Severe water shortages have sparked days of protests in areas including Westbury in Johannesburg. The Companies and Intellectual Property Commission is set to deregister over 500,000 companies and close corporations for failing to file annual returns and beneficial ownership declarations. And Parliament's Police Portfolio Committee says it will support police in their fight against crime. MPs also interrogated the SAPS on its latest crime statistics. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Taking a look at your markets this morning, the rand is currently trading at 18 rand 25 to the dollar, 23 rand 07 to the pound, and 19 rand 21 to the euro. Markets in Asia were mostly in the red at the closing bell. The JSE has extended losses in mid-morning trade. Markets in Europe trading higher this hour. Gold is trading at $2,636. Platinum, $928 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $72.57 a barrel.
Specsavers now looks after your hearing as well as your vision with Specsavers Audiology. With 60 stores and counting, we are South Africa's largest audiology group. For a limited time only, buy one rechargeable hearing aid and get 50% off the second. You heard right. Buy one rechargeable hearing aid and get 50% off the second. Find your nearest store at specsavers.co.za. Specsavers Audiology. Test your hearing and join the conversation. T's and C's apply.
Everybody needs an island adventure. Think about it. White sandy beaches, tall coconut trees, the sun shining down on you. Moments that will have you singing, when the water's so blue. Well, this is no typical island adventure. 18 contestants will spend 39 days on the island of the idols, strategizing, backstabbing, forging and breaking alliances. Here, their meals aren't guaranteed. They eat what they catch. One mistake or betrayal might get them kicked off the island. It's a battle for $1 million on Survivor 39. Channel your best reality with Survivor Season 39. Island of the Idols, Thursdays at 6 p.m. on S3. Open up.
Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
You're listening to The Talking Point. You heard it is Municipal Watch, and we're focusing on local government and in particular legislation. Simelane Holeni is a local government revenue and governance expert. He's our guest this morning. Simelane, one of the issues that was clearly highlighted just in your description sometimes of how policy is formulated, and that there isn't really this centralized way of formulating policies, that it has created inconsistencies within local government. Does that have a real impact on the kind of services then that people receive? Is that why some places seem to be better run than others?
Well, I think the issue of making do with the current, policies that are in place is a separate matter, I think, to the way that, we are seeing inconsistencies. So let me answer the issue of the inconsistencies and come back, to why would other areas be